morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of today's event. How are you today? Did you sleep well? I wanna see your faces, eyes. How are you? Did you sleep well? Okay. Now, shall we start, or shall we do some energizer, some exercise, as we did at school, even though we didn't write anything and we are not tired? Can we start? So, please reply in a full of energy. Can we start? Full of energy. Yes, okay. Now I can see your mockup. So if we can start, let's start this morning session. From the things need to be measured. And what needs to be measured? Assessed mood? No. We need to measure, to assess Xenox. Excuse me. Xenox open source operation system by Infocom, Mr. Sohibjon Arzikulov. He is here. Hello. Let's support and greet our speakers.
On it since April. Presentation. All right. So Xenox is a free operation system developed in open source, built on top of Linux kernel. So Xenox is a free operation system built on top of Linux, which is an open source, and basically, let's start with talking about how basic operation systems, meaning distributions, are made. So basically, we take a base distribution, which might be Debian, Ubuntu, or Arch, anything you wish, and then we just add configurations or theme customizations and build it, and voila, you got the operation system. It's just easy though. And in order to build your basic operating system, it took approximately, you spent up to like 4 weeks, and it gets really huge, like very big, and exploded up to 5 gigabits, which is like bad, right? But we, with our team, with Infocom, developed a new way of creating an operating system, which is a channeling system. So the channeling system is like a factory. You call your objective, your point, and you reach the peak of your efficiency. But how? Just as an example, if you want to go fast on forwards, you need an F1 Formula car. And if you want to go fast on turns, you need a drift car. If you want to go further, you need a Tesla or something else like this. And our operation system has a custom architecture built, the structure. And every channel requires less amount of time to be built on, and it has an extra tuning capabilities, and it saves hybrid behavior. And most importantly, our operation system was built on developers' own mind. Meaningly, any developers who wish to contribute to our operation system, they are free to visit our GitHub organization and view the project and add their own configurations. Also, we stripped down everything and leaving the most and required things for our users. And it's most optimized and lightweight and fast. Also, as I've said before, Xenox is not just a general one operating system, but a set of channels. And it has many channels, like as shown on the presentation, like desktop edition, server, entertainment office, and etc. And all required tools comes pre-installed. Also, it includes Uzinfocom's software inside our operating system. Recently, we released the desktop edition of our operating system, which is yet its alpha stage, and there has been many reviews about our operating system. Bloggers are writing about our system, and YouTubers doing how to install tutorials, and etc. As you see, there has been many specs on our progress. More than 20 people installed our operating system as their main, and 200 positive reviews, and also 150 new participants in our community. It's not just an end, but just a beginning. And we have many features in upcoming updates that we are planning to release. As you see in our presentation, I'm not speaking about it in detail, but if you want to stay up to date with us, you may follow our GitHub organization. And in the future, we will be doing the stable release.
Too much fast. I was not able to finish my coffee. Let's introduce the person. Very well known, Alexey Minyaka. As you know, he is my friend and colleague. Therefore, I would like to introduce once again Alexey Minyaka. Alex, could you present us Rpf Atlas, what and how to measure? The floor is yours. Okay, if you ask me, I will do this. Can't say no to my honorable friend. And I just want to help somebody to share my presentation on the screen. The colleagues, those who want to have some rest, I will present the Rpf Atlas. Which will create a good environment to have some rest. The first things comes first, and I will start from the formal aspect. This is a huge project which was started long ago, and it was renewed. It was not died, but was changing, and but always it had the same request which we got from the society. Hisham yesterday was talking about is that we have the organization NCC and the society community. It's you. And you are those people who participate in a working group, those who are visiting different events, and there is a working group which is dedicated to the measures. And we had a request from the community, let's make some system which will allow us to see how it works from Amsterdam, but to have some tests showing us the pictures from other places. And community is ready to work with this, to see those geographical dots like spots. And this tool was developed, Rpf Atlas, It's the system of tests distributed along the world, and those tests are two types: simple and the other tests for like anchors for the measuring, and those measurements are being used for somebody who may need them in their work. It's very important that Rpf Atlas, it's not a ready product. There is no citation like in a shop when you come and buy a TV and select which TV is better, screen, colors, speed, and depending on your requirements, you select TV and install it. This is technology. You are provided with opportunities, and how to use these opportunities is your business. Many of you do not use these opportunities, just participate very passively, and this provides opportunity to participate in other aspects. And the main goal is to provide the tests, and through these tests to make a measurements in any point, in any spot of the world. And this technology allows measuring the parameter of any of probes. And the number of spots, more than 11,000, they are distributed in 177 countries, and the anchors are about 1,000. And later on I'll give more details. Unfortunately, Uzbekistan looks like this. This is not very positive picture. We have only 7 probes. We used to have 2 probes located in another city, but they're not available anymore. This is very sad, and that would be very good if we could, as a result of our today's meeting, to change the situation. And I hope that after my presentation you will get the understanding why it's interesting. I would like to apologize here. The picture is not in a good size, like you can't understand the size, real size. It looks like big, but it's small. So the big one is a probe, and the small one is the simple probe installed by the users, and this is the concentrate. It has more functions, more available functions for those who have installed, and at the same time more requirements. If the probe lost and do not have any connection, then maybe it's alive, of course, maybe it will be back to life and so on. We don't know, but for the big pieces we are monitoring, considering how to restore it. And here we need to understand that with the big opportunities you got more obligations. both boxes can be replaced by the software. So if we talk about the modern operator of communication, we have recent 5 years we have a trend for the virtualization, and the many things are being moved to the firewalls, to the servers. The elements of routing, they are moving to the software part. Therefore, the operators usually have a system of virtual machines, servers, with the virtual functions within NFV. It's obvious that operators, if they have the modern structure, prefer to have the virtual structure with the Atlas instead of having this physical box. Can you imagine these shelves, operator shelves, with this small box behind somewhere, and you need to take care to find, to check the connections, and the anchor, of course, not everybody is ready to have the anchor. For the operators, this physical box is a kind of headache in the current conditions. Therefore, this opportunity to get the software for the prop, you don't need anything. It's you can get it in a GitHub, and I have a detailed video how to install it. Nothing difficult, just 5 minutes. You just need 5 minutes, and for the anchor you need to send the request, because we are monitoring anchors in order to ensure the work of those anchors, and we are getting and approving the request for the anchor, and after that you're installing it and it works in the virtual machinery. The other thing is important, that with any prop you can establish the dimension in any place of internet, but there is number of tests it can accomplish. There is clear, defined, formalized inquiries established in the lower level. There is the standard interface where we define the parameters of those inquiries. Everything is clear, and going beyond the framework is impossible. Once again, I would like to remind you that there are a lot of passive users who are establishing those equipment as like facilitating internet. The prop shall not create the problems. Therefore, there is many limitations, and at the same time, more opportunities are extending, and we are continue working with the working groups, because we're secretariat of this community, and automatically it means that we are getting new requests, and in DNS there's some opportunities, we don't use them, we don't take them from the prop, and they asking, could you please add opportunities of getting these options of DNS so we can see them in a result, and our team analyzes this request and trying to install and implement this in the next release. So this is how we are introducing new opportunities under our control. This is very important, that system shall be fixed, there is no chaotic behavior, and it shall not be used to harm somebody. The same is the popular request regarding the probes for the bad net development to attack somebody. In a system, there are many red flags defining the frame of the system to control those limits. And we fortunately have no cases when it was used for any attack. And we're very happy we are controlling this, because for us it is very important to have the trust of community as to the operator of this system, and it's very important that none of the participants of this project is injured with any harm or any risk appeared. So how we create the different interfaces for measurements? You can go to the website web interface, where you can manually send your request or type your request that you want, for example, to measure some node, specific node. As an example, for example, 1.5 years I have read about the first probe. Developed for the plate of Starlink, Elon Musk's. But that time we didn't know what is the sustainability of Starlink, what is the quality of connectivity, and we have conducted the probe. And I immediately entered the web interface, established the ICMP measurement ping, and with this probe for the first hop, Earth hop, the package goes to the satellite and goes to the Earth, returns to the Earth with the measurement of the round trip. I just did this to see, and we are still doing this, and sometimes I'm also very curious what is the stability of that work, and we can do it from the command line. We have official projects like Rpf Atlas tools. You can see, oh, you don't see it, okay. They are open source websites. There's no any difficulties. I'm not sure about Windows, but I think the modern Windows can do this. We have this special subsystem which allows to calculate these inputs in all operational systems, and this can be compiled together. The official the Phaeton framework can be also useful, and the second tool or package of instruments created by our colleague who left us, and he established the alternative tool, and sometimes it's very useful to use. For example, if you want to see RTT up to some specific node, for example the Uzbek news channel from any place of the world, and here the thing you are typing is the same what you type when you are introducing the ping for the specific node, and you're getting the same result. So it's very good for the fast rapid control. And we have the libraries, Custo library and Sakan Sahan library to collect the results of measurements. They have already code to allow us to think little about the analysis, but just get results. Then you enter your code which continues this analysis. We have the program interface. This is standard REST interface. Any modern IT guy is working with REST and knows what is it. It's very simple, the simplest thing which can be used directly. I myself worked with Cousteau, was doing everything through the library. Then I find out that my code is the same, is not getting longer, even though I use the low level of interface. I'm getting the same results, but when I start this REST interface, I find out that I can do this easy. Regarding the results, this is what we need to discuss separately. First of all, we need to mention that all measurements done in a system, not those you're doing for yourself. It's a public data, and there's a small thing need to be mentioned. You may mention those measures as a private information. Then the measurement will be considered in the confidential way, and this is very rare when somebody mentions this parameter. And now society seriously reviews the request, opportunity for sending requests to us about removing the option for the private measurements, because they are not helpful. Society cannot use it. Therefore, probably we will eliminate this option. The other measurements are available to everybody. You may use the work of Rpf Atlas without anything. It's just available data. You can get them through the program interface. It's a standard way, allows to formulate what you need. For example, I need all these measures from this probe. I need all measures from in this direction. Oh, I want something else. So you can specify what you need, and through the program interface you can get all this information since the establishment of this system. So you can use the historical data generated many years ago. And you can get this from the storage which is being published. And we can keep them for months. And what is good in this approach, you don't have, you just can take all measures by the tests of trace route, and you can use it, keep it, analyze it, or just delete those data, input data. It's very it's useful tool. And the other good opportunity, in a Google we have a BigQuery project, which is the database allowing work with data within the database, send your queries, combine them, construct the difficult constructions in order to get the specifically what you need. And if it's comfortable to work with the database, then it's your case, because all results will be uploaded there. You can just use it through the registration through the Google Cloud, and according to this, be clear you are connecting these sources and do whatever you want. The results are being used differently within the system, the number of projects, and the most important is the monitoring of DNS and the root systems, the root servers. Rpf Atlas is the key element of the monitoring of system of DNS. They are being monitored by the Rpf Atlas. It's important tool for controlling the efficiency. And there's a link to the Rpf Atlas. With the tool presented here, you can see it, the work of the root servers from the different prospects. Here I made a mistake. This shall be up level. This tool allowing us to do the same done by the DMS Moon. It's a dashboard for the controlling on the root servers, the same dashboard for your servers. If you have your servers DNS, you can use not the Atlas as a technology, but the tool called the Moon through like connection, simple connection, and you can control the accessibility, what is being done with the map of internet. Besides this, Rpf Atlas provides the data actively. Here we will talk about the Rpf Atlas is a very important data developer and supplier. It allows us to increase the efficiency of work and do it precise. On some use cases where we need this, if you are not a passive user, if you think, do I need this, then you have some options for reply. This is not the full list. It's not all we have. Of course, somebody can develop something else more useful. Then I find out and collect it. At the same time, those things can be useful for you too. If you are a telecom operator, you are regularly have the tasks to control, to amend, correct the work of the visibility to the rest world. And Looking Glass is the system. Looking Glasses is the system which was available to any operator. It's like open source, integrated with its equipment, and if there's was not clear the route from the remote area, I was using the looking glass and making the trace out. Now we have a looking glasses, but very few, especially compared to the total share. It's very small percentage, and to trace the route sometimes it's very problematic. Rpf Atlas solves this easily, and if there's a probe, one probe, you can establish the multi-time measurement and you can see this trace out. It's very easy. And of course you have, if for example if we go into deep details, you can see the first trace out, the data plane, and you can see how your annonces look like, and to see the control plane and to compare them, and you can find out the place where you have a bottleneck or the problem or mismatch, which probably is the main source of the problem, and you then know to whom to refer to fix the problem. And from the experience, several years ago we had the problem. We had popular prompts on the June prompts, and if the prefix was withdrawn from the announcing, they were continuing releasing it. And of course the reboot of box is a very rare situation which creates a lot of problems, but I know that the using of the atlas were allowing to find out this problem source and try to fix it, which can speed up the troubleshooting. Никто не слушает, да? Английский канал. Никто не слушает английский канал. Hiç kim yaptı mı İngiliz kanalını? İngilizce? Hiç yaptı mı? So the client usually is not a specialist in a network, it's okay. The client shall not be experts in the networks, and if they have the right atlas, it's your remote agent who allows you to see from your prospect what is going on without without asking the client to call you or to find out the errors he made. So this simplifies the situation. You can monitor your own networking. Kazakhstan.com, they actively use the Rpf Atlas of them for the monitoring of their own network with their probes developed by themselves within the huge system of the monitoring. So the Rpf Atlas with the program interface is connected to this system, and this data is being used as one of the source of information. And this is the story which was always told during our events. And this last point is the system of monitoring, also well demonstrated by Kazakh Telecom. For the data center, for the hosting, we have the same. This option to see how well it's visible for the rest of the world, and this is very good to work with the client. If I'm client, I come to the data center, want to install my own equipment in the center, which can be visible to my clients very well. If I'm installing equipment very remotely for my clients, then of course my project will have a poor accessibility, and people will go to another alternative. Of course, if there is no competition in the market, it will work, but usually there is at least some competitiveness available in the market. So therefore, if there is a hosting data center, they prefer to have the good visibility in the network in order to understand how well this visibility is ensured by the provider. And a very funny story we used to have once we talked to the operator of the data center who installed our atlases, and we asked them, do you use them remotely? They said yes, constantly. And when we asked about the scenario, they said that Atlas has the uptime parameter, and when our clients comes, we are open the web page of our Atlas and showing them this uptime. We are not measuring it, right? NCC measuring this from Amsterdam. And uptime is 400 days. 400 days, they constantly were observing our box. Do you understand what is the reliability level and the sustainability of our system? They are constantly use the Atlas as the source of independent information to verify the stability of connectivity and the work of the server. It's independent source, and they are not influencing the measurements, and this measurement shows the level of stability in a specific timeline of the specific equipment. Regarding the visibility, this is the main argument. And again, if you are data center hoster and you have DNS, you can monitor them through these tools too. And of course, if you are a register of the domain names, it's clear here. I have talked that Rpf Atlas is using actively for the monitoring of the DNS, and it's being translated in a live mode, and you can do the same as you can apply the same measures as for other service, because Rpf Atlas allows to identify your visibility level for the registry of domain names. It's very essential to have a very good visibility in this specific location. Would it be national registration, to identify the problems with visibility and plan the development of the network to solve the problems. If you are trading in the internet, like through online shops, there's always competition, 100%. Therefore, it is very important that your website shall have a rapid reply and work effectively. Even though if you have organized the distributed system and in different geographical location, and getting the different speed of replies, and e-commerce works like this, like in one country you're expecting one result, in another you want to promote another product. So the Rep Atlas allows you to control that it's true that the consumers are visiting this right node and getting the right results. And of course, for e-commerce, it's very important to have a DNS, and here you can apply Atlas here too, as the independent monitoring of own resources, availability, efficiency, and usually those are tasks are available in a content which you need to solve with the use of the tools domestically developed, like homegrown, and you can use these ready tools and send your inquiries and they get results and establish the infrastructure of monitoring. It's clear that you can do it internally and the external part can be connected to the Rep Atlas. And the other important history story is that the Atlas can be applied for the research institute and the universities, for the academic society. It's a very right standard for the change, for the justifying the hypothesis and the theories from the prospect of academia. The USA, they are in the 5 top leading countries with the highest number of atlases. A main part of them are concentrated in universities. Why? Because it's very rare. The rare article with the results of analysis stating the results of the study in Massachusetts or Arizona, usually being done with the use of Atlas. And in 90% of such articles, they're always referring to the Rep Atlas as a reference of the tools used in the study. And the other example is very good French project, GEOD, where they were studying the data sphere, the storing and the distribution of data along the planet, with the consideration of the physical geography, mathematical differentiation, and so on. And the students of these universities, during 2 semesters, they have 2 semesters, they are studying these Rep Atlas classes. It's very important tool and they actively use in their studies, in their work. And this is a right example. I don't know any other examples, but I think this is sufficient evidence of effectiveness of this tool, as the students are using this for the simple analysis, because there's more than 11,000 of probes allowing you to conduct different experiments in a live network. And as we have a lot of limitations, do not allow you to harm anybody. And the last slide, which is very sad, the regulators, the potentials, they could use this system for the statistical data collection, for getting the understanding of the transboundary transfers, and for understanding the landscape of the fail cases. And it's clear, it's simple, but regulators say that we need to have 100% coverage. We want to see everything. We're ready to support, we're ready to finance. Let's install 5,000 units. That's not my imagination, it's a real situation. but we are not ready to overload the system because each point, each spot creates the pressure for the central control. It's additional data inflow, and we are not able to install such amount of spots immediately. It's not effective. Therefore, we do not have any real cases of collaboration with the regulators. I would like to remind you that the system can be used with anybody, and in order to develop the dimensions, you just need the credits. It's not related to money. It's the credits earned by you for then installing the box. These registration of boxes and installation in your service will allow you to get those credits and to use them. And the website Rpf Atlas provides a lot of information and separate measurement training, which is very useful and teaches you step by step how to use the system. If you have some questions, suggestions, comments, or something else, Vagan will tell you what to do. operator. Since this problem is quite a frequent one, from the moment this problem was reported until you find or while you're looking for looking glasses, the problem can be fixed, and we know that this kind of problem is quite difficult to identify. So perhaps aggregating looking glasses simultaneously, or gathering all looking glasses together, and the other part is to check what happened yesterday, the day before, last week, etc. In 1999, when this project started, it was characterized as the integrated looking glass system, which enables preservation of the historical data. As I said, we have route collectors in 23 parts of the world, and we still have some white spots which have not been filled, including Central Asia. So if we have here today the representatives of operators who would be interested, please reach me during the break, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. At the moment, there are about 1,500 BGP connections and peers who are sharing their data with us. For the rest of collectors, they're located in the traffic exchange points, and the ones that have been outlined here, they have multi-hop BGPs in Amsterdam and Latin America, but the Latin American one is servicing their region. And here you can see the geographical coverage, in which countries, at which points where we have our peers, and you can receive the information from them about how your network is seen at their site. As I mentioned, we have 23 years of history, and we have been storing the data and raw data and all these BGP updates and tables of routing. So all these data is zipped format. A total of 34 terabyte is kept, and you can analyze it if you have the willingness and the capacity to do so. And data is stored in MRT format, RFC, and they can be analyzed using various libraries or tools that support this format. Using these links, you can find all the instruments and the tools. And since these tools, they enable you to work with the raw data in text format, this is what it looks like. So the first format is machine readable, and the second one for a person to understand what it is all about. So this is the information on each BGP update that we are working with, which collector received it, prefix, autonomous system, and all the rest of the data. As I said before, not anybody has the time, technical capabilities, and the willingness to dig into the technical data. That's why we provide other forms of working with our data, and that's WebSocket interface, which enables to Risk Live, which allows to send messages in real time, and then you get connected to us and receive the messages in JSON format. And all this data flow isn't needed very frequently, because frequently you will only be interested in the geographical areas and filter it with the help of a specific collector, or you're interested in your networks or your updates, or using specific prefixes, or the combination of prefixes in capturing those which you're interested in. And this whole project is described on the RISLive.net website. So this is an example. If you visit that website, you will see the data format, and you will see the code, and it's not that very easy, it's not that difficult to write that code using Python or JavaScript, and this is quite demonstrates it all well. As I mentioned, the data, all this data are publicly accessible, and one of the aims that we have set is to help others or the whole community to develop new tools based on the data that we collect. And one of the most popular projects that is working in this direction is BGP Alert. And that's the tool that helps you monitor your prefixes, collects the data based on RIS, and enables you to receive alerts either via email or this is, you can see the list of everything that is supported. It's quite a very simple thing. It's very well automated. All you need to do is enter the configuration of your network and receive that information by email. And besides that, we have the RIPE stat, and the next presentation will be dedicated to that one. And most of the data of RIPE stat is based on RIS, and so RIPE stat is in two parts. One is API, which is and the second part is widgets. It's where all the information is shown visibly, except the information about updates. There is an aggregated information where there are different combination of prefixes categorized by countries or other parameters.
So there are a few examples. Looking glass. This is what our aggregated looking glass it looks like. So if you see prefixes, then this we can see that this prefix is seen on 19 collectors, and it is announced from 2 autonomous systems, which can become quite suspicious because such autonomous systems will be the only one. And then you will see all the information about where we get these announcements. And on the right, in this table, it is the aggregated information about how well or how badly these prefixes are provided, and if you can see, there are no problem at all, apart from one collector in below, where the visibility is not 100%, but much less. Perhaps the problem was related to that specific region, and maybe this particular prefix cannot be seen. And the other most popular widgets are it is BGP Play, and you can see very well how the routing is changed. The path of this routing are changed within a certain timeline, and you either enter prefix in the autonomous system in order to set the period when you want to see, because you know that the malfunction was reported, and then you can visibly see how the routing is changed within this time. And on the left is the history of routing, and you can see the whole history, and based on the prefix that you've entered and what autonomous systems and what time and what prefixes were announced. And it will be not only around the prefixes that you have entered, but also prefixes that could impact the routing of this system. And this prefix, which was the main one, and you can see the announcements, for example, from 2016 to 2018, another prefix was announced, and it shows that during this time, that certain malfunctions could take place in some networks, and that enables you to look where these problems could arise now or in the past. And another example is the aggregation by countries, and you can see how you can find the specific countries in the context of routing in the internet. And as an example, I used Uzbekistan, and you can see how with time the number of autonomous systems was growing, and prefix in BGP. And on the right, I highlighted IPv6, and we will have a separate session today on IPv6, and we can see the schedule in 2019. You can see the burst. Maybe some big operator turned down the IPv6, and then everything was starting to develop for the better, and then starting 2020, 2021, the number of prefixes have also again fallen down. Perhaps they were announced but not used. And now we can again see some sort of growth, but we'll probably find out about it at our next session dedicated to IPv6. There is a lot of data, and we can do anything we want with it, and we can analyze it from any site we want, and all up to your creativity. And if you take a look at our server, a lot of research is published, and labs RIPENet, and also the research that is done on the base of rice or RIS. And the issue that was of interest to the researcher about how long the update of a certain prefix is continued, or withdrawal of certain prefix, and how long. For example, we have a prefix which was not announced. We start announcing it, and in what time period of time the rest of the world will find out. And we can see this on our diagram for the first 3 seconds, and the rest, the speed will slow down, and then again we reach the 100% level in about 40 seconds. And on the right, the withdrawal of the same prefix, we can see a different situation. In the first seconds, the 10% is the reduction of the visibility, and then we so the result is such that we have an update that is disseminated much more quicker, 3 or 4 times quicker than withdrawals. Another distance to a certain country is the number of autonomous systems, the average number, which is visible to RIS, and the routing of each prefix in countries, and the average length of ISPass. And as far as I understand, this is quite difficult to see, but the thing is, if we take a look at the countries of Central Asia, and we see below that Turkmenistan, the average length is better than, or shorter than the average throughout the world. However, for the rest of the countries, the paths are longer, and so this is the 2 ways to look at it. On the one hand, in the whole world, these countries are seen with with the longer distance. On the other hand, we can see it that considering our project is not very well represented in the Central Asian, well, we don't have any collectors here. We can improve this And so yes, and if you have any willingness to do it, then please reach me, and we'll think about what we can do. This is really everything that I wanted to share with you, and perhaps we can continue our discussion at the coffee break.
Of open data, and in general the data can be divided into three categories. First category is administrative data related to the registration of resources, the ownership, and the contact data details, and the passive measurements, when we are just observing the graphs and recording, and then you can refer to that section and see what was going on in the specific period. And the third is active measurements, when you are sending some traffic, short packages, and see the behavioral patterns. The website provides the data of NCC and other platforms data. We'll talk about them later. And in general, with the use of the data from Repstat, you can conduct the analysis of data by the numbers, by the countries, and by IDs. I will show you some more details than my colleagues did before. And let's see what kind of data we have in Repstat. More than 35 different sets of data we have, including administrative from the REP database, or administrative data from the other regional registrations, and the REP basis for checking internet. It's not our resources, it's resources for which we're providing access, and geolocation and list and
to share with you that Repstat turned 10 years a few days ago, and we are very happy that we can talk about the perspectives, and I can share with you what's already been added to what has been planned. So we have a few possibilities, and it's a user's interface. You can, by entering your country or your data, you can get data to use, and maybe I can share with you what is better for you. And if you want to use an interpreter data which you want to do the research on, then I'll show you how to do it. But I can share with you the chronology of interfaces of RIPEStat. In the beginning, there was a lot of data in the internet resource, and there was no one unified platform where this data would be easily accessed. And there was a recent RIPE Atlas we had at that stage, and in 2011, the idea was to establish a user's interface based on widgets. And then in 2013, the large modernization happened, which we call UI 2013. Then in 2019, the idea of the new interface was changed, and then in 2020, this version was presented, and the stable version was presented in 2021. The RIPEStat UI 2013 is the old version. On the right hand, it's the beginning of the initial page where you can add your autonomous group. On the left is the general information and geolocation and etc. And widget is API. It's different applications. We have a little more than 50 widgets, so if you're interested in what kind of widgets we have, you can follow this link, and there is a tab that is ideally demonstrates all the widgets that we have. RIPE NCC is not the only organization, the company that uses widgets. Other regional registers, for example, Latin American or African. So if you go on their pages, you will know that these are our widgets. So interface 2013 and 2021, we have API data, and this is where the widgets are collected and grouped together, and the user interface is built up around API data straight away, and I will show you info cards and which will enable you to see what the request was initially. So in the beginning, you will go to the user's interface, you will see the information, and then in the very beginning, when the concept was developed, there were lots of questions. What was built in 2013 wasn't always and it was not very easy to use on mobiles, and then later the requests became more and more important to integrate this new interface. This is how it appeared, and it's some autonomous information which can be shared, and you just need to send the link, and the person can open the. Would also like to see that the various user interfaces and the new interface is the universal search mechanism so you can enter anything, IP address or the autonomous system or anything of the country. And so you can see this demonstration. There is the gray tab line. It is the line for universal search. And you can receive various info cards that have been used, and also you can see the launchpad, very convenient start point if you have not worked before. If you click on this, you will be able to see all the info cards list. For example, if there is a resource and you want to use all the info cards that is and below there is a link to the documentation where you can go to provide feedback or ask for help. So at this moment we support both interfaces, and you can choose anything, any one of those two. And at this point we will be happy with the results of our work on the user's interface. So once we complete the user's interface 2020, we will stop supporting the user interface 2013. And then API data is the core of the Rpstat, and we have about 80 million requests a day. In 2012, when we did a survey on Rpstat and NCC, we received the feedback that Rpstat is the most popular service of NCC. And the other thing is we have about 550 data calls, and if you have any questions related to that, you can always go using those links to see. Let us look at the examples of the interface, at the visualization animation of the routing, BGP routing status. And I think that Alex shared with you quite more detailed information, but and anti-abuse is the way of using the administrative data. For example, if the resource is used the way it is supposed to be used, then it's great, and we have a great coverage in the region, and we're making effort to cover other RIPs. And as far as anti-abuse is concerned, we have a block list function, and this is which enables you to check whether one of the IP addresses are within those block lists. Also, the feedback you have the three options. First is the left link. First of all, you can suggest the function that has not been introduced, and another option that is provided is the user snap, where you can report bugs or malfunctions, and you please always make sure that you can don't be shy and don't be embarrassed and tell us about the bugs, because this is what we're looking for and this is what we're working for, to make this all comfortable for you. And the last option is the email. So if you have questions, we can always talk during the coffee break. And there's another announcement on September 28th. There will be an event called Ripestad Open House. So if you're interested in Ripestad, you can always join and ask your questions and find out about Ripestad in much more detail. Please join us. Yeah, it's an online event. It will take place in English, but if the requests appear, perhaps we can. Thank you, Ksenia. Excellent. And we have good and bad news, dear friends, dear colleagues. The good news is the bad news is that we have less time for coffee break, so we need to come back. We need to be back in about 15 minutes. But the good news is that we have at 11:30 we will learn a lot about IPv6, about its integration from the operator who has just started to integrate it, but they've already been able to achieve something. It's from Baikal IX, and we will have Shafkat presenting the challenges and opportunities for Kazakhstan. So we'll be learning about the IPv6 integration. So let us all go for a coffee break and then come back here at 11:30.
Hello again. Can we start the next session? Okay, very good. Then I would like to invite, he's already here, the moderator of the next session on the panel discussion. Alex Minyak, Rpf NCC, my friend and colleague, you know him. The participant, Yaroslav Zirkov, Baikal AX. He will be talking about the specificness of introduction of IPv6, and Shavkat Sabirov, Internet Association of Kazakhstan. Where is Shavkat? Let's call Shavkat. Okay, we can start from Yaroslav Zvirkov. In Rpf CC, we're trying to pay a lot of attention to the results, and now we have practice. If we are doing something, so we are in order to have some result, we would like to introduce some effective things, and if we decided to do something, and let's move to the practical session dedicated to the protocol of IPv6. Those who yesterday did not sleep during my presentation do remember about this slide dedicated to this protocol in the region. And now we have a leader, Shavkat Sabirov, Internet Association of Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan, excuse me. I'd like to apologize. And returning to the yesterday's web slide, I would like to remind you that Kazakhstan have a significant development of protocol of IPv6. 7% of penetration is not low, considering the time of introduction, just 1 year, and the growth rate is very good. It means that it will continue, and as experience shows, if the country makes this breakthrough up to 20%, then the growth will be more evolutional and will not require some intensive introduction. It will be slow growth but sustainable, stable, with the sustainable growth. None of the country of the world has achieved the peak of the growth at the third stage, and how it will be done we will see in the future. Kazakhstan has a good start, and in this regard they have all required environment. Turkmenistan conducts some experience in IPv6. Therefore, this is a good reason to discuss why it happens like this. And here again, I will have to say that none of our Uzbek participants were during discussing this topic did not express any active will to go to the stage and state about their position regarding the introduction of IPv6. It's very sad, but maybe this discussion will change the situation and the mood in Uzbekistan society. And what are the drivers for the introduction of this protocol? Currently, there are two popular scenarios. They're less common. I will start from the rare case, but very interesting. To our RIPE meeting, RIPE community, came one bank from the Netherlands to share the experience of introduction of IPv6. And for us, it was surprising situation that the bank introduces IPv6 and wants to share this experience. And of course, the report was introduced and they said that we are a big, rich European bank, and now we're actively buying another banks, and we are remunerating those assets and banks within the network with the private addressing. And we decided to make a readdressing to IPv6 because we don't want to register it next time when we'll be moving from IPv4 to IPv6, or to make any mistake during the intake of the banks. And then we decided to move IPv6, and of course it was a small shock for us, but it was a good solution. But it's very rare, but we may have a typical situation, the operators trying to save on the carrier grid net by mobile operators in the USA, when it was clear that it is that transformation to IPv6 allows to stop procuring the IPv4 equipment and does not require any investments to the technologies. For the year, operators has increased the share of IPv6 up to 55%. Now the share of IPv6 in mobile operators in USA more than 25%. It's not average value for all states, but in mobile operators it's like this. Tsikanat is the most expensive budget line, and the Internet of Goods starts using IPv6 protocols because it allows not to think about the translation of the addresses and how these small sensors are installed, how to give the ID, how to renumerate them, and this technology becomes more popular. Therefore, we would like to discuss how this vision, the global vision, is relevant to our participants, and it's possibly that in this region and sub-region, if we take the smaller scale, may have opportunity to implement this. Maybe these another concerns need to be taken into account, which take into account, and that's why we have organized this session. We have participants from Baikal X, and he will be talking about the introduction of IPv6. They started doing recently. I think it's their first experience of sharing this experience, and it would be good if you announce the reasons why you decided to introduce this. And it was happened, as Vagan has mentioned, recently, and I was monitoring this situation. I was impressed. It was very fast and very effective. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Yaroslav. I'm working in Baikal X. It's the point for traffic exchange located in Irkutsk, next to Baikal Lake. And we have the situation that we have not a lot of operators. And for the IPv6, we have the situation like this, that we were visited by the representative of the Rpf and NCC, and we have discussed the introduction of this IPv6, and we decided to upgrade our experience and see how it can be implemented. So we got IPv6 and decided that the client devices that year were not supporting the normal operation of IPv6. There are many features and some devices were working very bad. That was our bad experience, and now we have reviewed the situation, and we can see that we do not have demand for IPv6, and we decided to come closer to our future, because we are living in a condition of deficit of addresses, and the cost for buying new resources for expanding require more investments, and the end of the distribution of the left resources is being closer, and they're becoming more expensive. And we decided to see why we do not have this demand, and we have conducted this study with the operators, and we find out that there is no any interest from their side, and they do not have any understanding, and they think that there is no need to use and introduce the IPv6 because we do not have resources which can be used within this protocol. We have only some like big companies such Microsoft, Google, and Yandex resources, and the market is limited by them. And we decided to take another way, and we have communicated with the management and decided to establish the community, which will be consisting of the technical specialists and our specialists, and to see this as for with the prospect for the future, to bring closer the prospects of introduction of the IPv6, and we find out that there were no any blocks for the IPv6 for the operators, and we got request for procuring those blocks, and the community has supported us, and currently it's still ongoing process, and that's like just the briefing on the current situation, and we're actively collaborating with the technical specialists of those providers, and I think that by the end of the year we will have real outputs, and we will try to bring situation to the provision of these IP addresses within the IPv6 protocols, and then we will facilitate to use the resources which we have and the huge list of companies. We will provide them the full support of IPv6. Thank you. I will highlight
that Yaroslav mentioned that really at the moment the majority of integration of IPv6, there are exceptions, and they're big at the world scale operators which make IPv6 only networks with the use of special protocols for using the fourth protocol, and I will share a couple of examples out of those that you know very well is Skype and Twitter. And both of these resources are using only fourth protocol. And of course they're very popular, because if they stop working, then there will be a lot of complaints. And the fourth protocol is working based on the translation. And the integration of IPv6 started a long time ago. So therefore, the next step can be made. And at the initial and the mid stages of the integration is quite kind of can't even be harmful. You know that Google and Facebook and others, Akamai, big content providers, they measured what share of clients are entering the resources using IPv6. So what do you think? What share in the world of devices turning to Google for IPv6? I heard 30% and 5%. Any other guesses? The right answer is 40. So 40% of computers and 40% of client devices around the world are turning to Google for IPv6. It's not an experimental protocol. It's not some far away future which will reach someday. But this is a reality that is happening now and today. And there is a range of countries different in lifestyles and geography, in everything. And they also come to Google for they come to Google for IPv6, and India is there, and the United States is there. And considering the fact that our panel session isn't very dense, and since I'm the moderator,
And the development introduction of this protocol from the 0 to 20% is very essential. And when we have reviewed the graph, 20% is the level which is very remarkable, and in different regions of the world, the achieving of this point from 0 to 20% took from 8 months to 2 years.
and out of these countries, so there is India and there is to actively develop the economy, and Zimbabwe, for example, and but nevertheless they were able to reach the level of 20% of IPv6 in Zimbabwe from 0. So there needs to be a will to do it. And of course, I have a question to Shafkat, and he's an IT lion, and he's trying for to focus the attention on IPv6, not only in the Kazakh community but also in the government. But the results that I showed really indicate the quite a rapid growth, and I think it would be great if Shafkat could share the experience and what happens when you tell about the IPv6 and when you share your knowledge and what resistance you meet. But is it can I comment your speech first? Yes, sure. Yes, very, of course, be free in saying what you want. We were just the reason we were late to come here was because we were discussing this. So we were discussing that if Google moves to IPv6, then the Kazakh government will start panicking and start moving to IPv6 very quickly. But then all the users that are using the old addresses will have problem. If in Kazakhstan, if we all move to IPv6 straight away, then those who all are using old addresses will not be able to find us. And the other thing is that which I have not thought about it, if then IPv4 will be so expensive that the providers will rethink their whole pricing policy, and it will end up being very expensive to have IPv4s. Yes, please use the microphone. Not only we have the interpretation going on, but we also have the recording going on. I will just like to share the experience. First of all, could you please introduce yourself? Nikita, I am the from Kazakhstan, where we're the biggest registrar and we have a very huge number of sites. You know what's happening in in Kazakhstan. The so we we use the links and connect it to IPv6. And whatever Safkat was telling yesterday, they've integrated the IPv6 about 2 or 3 months ago, and gradually the participants are also getting connected to it. And we as a platform, we are sharing IPv addresses to our clients, but the thing is that not all of them are using those addresses. In some cases, the majority of clients are not using. What the pricing is the address is about $55 per address, and the cheapest plan at VPS and those who are working at $5 per month. And VPSs, we also have $5 a month, and they include IPv6 address. So if at this moment, if the address costs $100, nobody will be happy about it, and the hosting in the world and the monthly payment will be twice as expensive. It'll be $10. And the VPS will also be obviously much more expensive. So the first address given as part of the package, and then the second address is sold at a very high price. This is just my thoughts that I would like to verbalize, and the reason I'm talking is because that the hostings will start refusing and start introducing monthly fees for IPv only, and it will be happening all over the place, and that will force the operators to convert more actively. I don't have the information fully, but as far as I understand, the one Kazakhstan operator started to integrate IPv6, and the second wave was based on what we can see in the Telegram chats of Kazakhstan providers. Kazakhstan Beeline also started actively testing IPv6 about 4 months ago, and this is when we started to notice some addresses. And however, the mother company in Russia has never announced the plan to introduce IPv6 in Russia. But perhaps we have the representatives from Beeline here. Maybe they could somehow comment on this. I think that the operators started doing this because we started receiving support at and in 2010, this is Yandex conducted the meeting of operators, because this is when they started the very active integration of IPv6. And they did not only the content, but they fully restructured and so the whole structure was at IPv6, and the fourth one was the external to provide customer service. And they were wondering whether the operators were gonna use it, and that's why they held a meeting of all the big operators and started asking questions. What is happening with the IPv6?
And we need about 2025 addresses to run it. And in Kazakhstan it's the same, similar situation, because the level of digitalization is very high, and people need those mobile addresses. And if mobile operators can solve this, I don't know what is the cost. It's a huge, because in here for NATO we can have 10,000 of users, and so it's the matter of benefit. Here we are talking about not about the number of sessions and the band itself. The band for Google, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, it's 90%, 99%. So we take it out from that box. And regarding the load, we do not have any scaling. In Russia it's less, but still it's 60% of the traffic in some regions, and somewhere in some regions it's even less. So what is in Central Asia, I don't know. So if it will help to decrease the load, then it will help. Because remember yesterday we have talked about Uzbekistan's operators are not interested. It's the similar situation in Kazakhstan when Kazakh Telecom was taking money for everything and was not worrying about the channel. And once the channel became overloaded, then they became busy with the CDN. In 2014, the chairman of Kazakh Telecom said, let's the CDN big suppliers of contact, Facebook, Google, contact can come to Kazakhstan. The Odnoklassnik, social media, they were surprised, and several months ago they announced that we have established CDNs, now we're doing this and so on. I think that once Uzbekistan users will start overloading the channel, then with Telecom will tell that we need to use the CDN. Maybe. I would like to share the private story of 2016. Marco Hohenwein moved to another organization. That time he worked in Rpf NCC. He was telling secretly that the engineers went to the management and said, let's introduce IPv6, and the management said why we need it. We will save some money. Then he said, okay, calculate the return of investment rate and come with this. And then they went to do this, and the model was very simple because they're not economists, they're engineers. And the return of investment was 1.5 year. And the management said, why we still don't have it? I have a question for you. Take into account that Kazakhstan, Romania was on the second place, Sweden in the second place now. Romania, why are selling so actively? It's not about our topic, but I will reply. So how well is introduction there? Here we have another history. In Romania, many resellers who were just buying and reselling the addresses. The people who got the understanding that it's a good business, now the market conjunction has changed, they're selling those addresses. That's the reality. But these resources are limited, and I have a question. I'm from Almaty, from the research network, Kazakhstan. We are working since 2006 as a members of Rpf NCC, and we have 4,000, more than 4,900 IP addresses. In 2014 we have participated in the project of the European Commission on development of the new IPv6 protocol. The main work was done by Peter Kenstein, who developed IPv4. He's one of the founders of internet. He passed away 3 years ago. And then at that time in 2011 we were given with the block of addresses of IPv6. As I'm not a specialist, that it was like about several billion IPv6 addresses. In 2010 and 11 we have taught the Kazakh Telecom staff together with Professor Kenstein the problems of transferring to the 6 protocol and opportunities. Since that time, everything is frozen in Kazakhstan. Resource is there. I'm asking guys what to do and what is the prospect, but I do feel that it has a good prospect. At the same time, it's very essential to consider this. In 2015, 14, 16, 18, together with RIPE in Almaty, RIPE NCC, we have conducted training with all mobile operators, even from Astana, and they came to conduct the training on IPv4. The other thing is that despite the fact that we talk a lot about this, it still changes. When we were talking about digital Kazakhstan, digital, L, and I was trying that one of the indicator to have the quality Kazakhtelecom deletes this, and I just thought that we shall not do this, and we're trying to do this anyway because we do need this, because the level of digitalization, the number of mobile devices, IT devices being increased, and we need this IPv6. And shortly, would like to say that you underestimate your block. You don't have the billion. It's too small block. Any person can request this block. Any leader may ask and request for himself or to client, but the size is bigger. Why we can't identify a specific deadline when IPv4 will not be routed? As Hishan has mentioned yesterday, we have Reps community. It's you. It's not like we want to see you and so on. Regarding the documents, the personnel of Rpf NCC organized the organization which the executive agency which signs the distribution list, and the regulatory body defines the rules. You identify how it looks like. Currently, the RIP says that we cannot do this. It's not our decision. And what we can say? The all members can communicate with themselves. How to bring you together? Director Generals, it's not possible. We'll send invitations, they will not come. Why it's impossible to have the electronic voting? Can we do the same for the English speaking audience, that currently we have very few IP addresses? I can't take any measures to develop my business. This issue, I'm from Uzbekistan, from Tashkent. We're working since 2006, and recently the Minister of Communication raised this issue, why we cannot move to IPv6. We said that we can't because we are not ready for this. And this topic was closed. World is ready for this. World is doing this. here we're discussing this. I don't understand what they're talking about, and I'm interested when we will do this. As Yaroslav has mentioned, deadline. Bring us together. Make a mail distribution. Compile the list of participants and let's do this. You know, here the big conflict is the Rpf NCC is oriented on the uh, civil society. Rpf NCC says, okay, what to do? This we can do, this we can not. Currently, currently we have representatives almost all Central Asian countries. Let's transfer them to IPv6. We cannot command. Yeah, I know. I'm just suggesting. Let's. Ashafkat is suggesting. I'm suggesting. Maybe you have some options. Give us some options. What needs to be done in order to promote these issues specifically? Get resources of IPv6. If providers have this IPv6, we have. I don't know. Then you need to communicate with your neighbors to work out the links in these interfaces. Then check the connectivity and one question: how to be with the regulator. Each country have a regulator which coordinate this activity. How to solve this problem? What needs to be done? Shall we get any permission or what? I don't know, it's the question of the regulation. We have the Uzbek Telecom representatives, maybe they can answer. In some countries you don't need anything. No permissions from the regulator. Maybe in Uzbekistan situation is different. I can reply on this question, Alex. I'm not the regulator representatives, but we are working with the regulator. And what have been done here? And I hope that it will help. In IPv6 we had a special policy this time. We saw that there is a special request from the regulator, the problem from the technical society, they didn't know how to do this, and we were expecting the decision from the state regarding the adaptation. So we did. We have conducted 2 days of training for the representatives of operators, so they are aware what to do. Then for the law enforcement bodies to get understanding, and then this conference 1.5 day is the help to people, decision makers and the state bodies, and we have met with the state bodies, and they have a positive attitude towards the introduction of this, and we're trying to use this in order to reach the regulators.
It's a competitive advantage, and because they can do something that others cannot, and this transit to IPv6 is the technical bloc's initiative, because when they look at the beauty of the planning and to get in touch with the developers of big browsers and Chrome and Fox and make a decision that, for example, in 2025, the opening without opening the websites without IPv6, then something bad will come out, some warnings, and starting to 2026, nothing will be opening without IPv6. Yes, the question is quite clear. I will be brief in my answering. And the thing is, the organization is the certificate authority. It was very easy to collaborate within with the browser, big browsers. There was their joint work, and in order to discuss this, they didn't have to go someplace special. And we don't have a joint platform, and so that's why we will need to agree with everyone, with the ABF. And none of the initiatives were verbalized of some of this sort. So let me not go into too much detail right now, because nevertheless, the lower initiative is needed. And if you, in your work group in RIPE, if you initiate the process, we can see the reaction, and if it is supported, and at least there will be some sort of a snowball effect, then we can get we can be hopeful that this tendency can be successful, because this is exactly how it works. And so this initiative will be at the quite supported then, and if you start doing it, then it will be a great idea, and we will see how feasible it is. So the way I understand you, then we need to accumulate some critical number all over the world, and then we can start doing something. Yes, of course it will be supported. Yes. And finally, I give you the floor. I would just like to ask, and I would also I would support the previous speaker, because perhaps we could think of some roadmap could be developed in order for the providers to align their plans with those roadmaps, and maybe some timelines set, some boundaries set, and just like the colleagues mentioned, yes, I think it's a great idea, and maybe you, as an authority, you could promote the idea and maybe start this campaign and find the interested parties and promote the ideas and the program. And yes, and I think that this could be interpreted into some real plan, maybe in terms of partnerships and finding common ground. And we cannot identify the roadmap, but we can promote this idea during our events. We can suggest, we can form the opinions, and within the communities, and then as an executive body, we will be able to, or will be obligated to implement it if everything works out. Then let's promote this initiative, just like Yaroslav mentioned, because some people are not interested from the technical point of view, some from the commercial point of view. They don't want to change their conditions, but for the organizations like that, maybe some external impact or influencing will be a good idea. Yeah, thank you. Yes, let me wrap up this session because I'm keeping you from your lunches. So Shafkat is looking at me with hungry eyes, and in order to avoid being bitten by him, I will just wrap up. I think that the discussion was fruitful, and we managed to have one, and you have something to think about, we have something to think about, and probably we at least touched the ground. And so because when the questions arise of how to do it, in what chronology and what consequence, then we have good answers in the format of training courses, and we don't have to reinvent the bicycle, and we don't have to especially create anything. We have very well developed and designed training courses, and they took place on Monday and Tuesday in Tashkent. And we will come again gladly to your country, and we will again deliver these courses in IPv6, because we had the basic course and the cyber security course, but we have more advanced courses available, and that would be 3 full days. So if you're interested, please, or you can write to me, to Matt, to Vahan, to Gerard. Please just write to us, and we will address this issue to the department, which is the planning department. And then when we will be able to come, and after that, if you are clear, but all you need is the understanding of how to apply this in practice, then we will be able to help you with that. And I am happy that Uzbekistan will move from this point of stagnation, and the IP addresses are getting more and more expensive, and the right to buy them will become more expensive as well. So we have a lot of reasons to think. Thank you all very much for the participation, and thank you, Vahan, who gathered us here and organized. Let us leave the feedback. Is it a good feedback? Great, thank you. Let's break for lunch and come back here at 2:00, and we will have the security session afterwards. So please don't be late. Thank you. to take your drinks, coffees, teas, waters, and есть. We do. You know what we will be talking about now? We will be talking what will we be talking about? The time is come in the life of a man and a woman when parents start talking to them about security and safety. It's not the conversation that your parents told you about some time ago, but nevertheless, the security is very important. Let us talk about the security and safety in our sphere, because it's always very important, because if we do not follow by the rules of security, if we don't use protection technologies, what is going to happen? Something bad is going to happen. So please let us invite here our dear friend and colleague Oleg Muravsku, who will be talking about the developments, routing security and RPKI. Once again, good afternoon. This is my second presentation today about routing, but not about the data collection, but the security and routing and what we are doing for that and what the whole world is doing for that. So what RIPE NCC is doing in this area, our main function is to register IP resources. So we are not only responsible for the correct way of registering them, but also ensuring unique holdership. All these data registered in our database, and they're accessible and anybody can check them. We also issue digital certificates, and those digital certificates and I will tell you more in this presentation about how these certificates are used. Also, operators can document their routing policies, register them. The routing security, we started doing that in 1993, and the very first document which was published
we also we're working and continue to work on establishing and maintaining the internet routing registry systems. where we are containing and keeping the policies of security. And we are working on RPKI system, resource, public and infrastructure. It's a new approach in ensuring security for the routing. And here the last point is that we are part of the RPKI trans entries, and we are the routing system in this source where each regional registrator is the root of the system. And what is the security consist of? Regarding the security of the routing in the internet, if we look at the organization of the routing on the internet, we have used the simple approach. We have two neighboring networks in regarding the routing on the internet. One is 10.10.10.20. And how do they conduct the routing, and what are the negotiations? If we go upper level regarding the technical difficulties and protocols, and the first and simple closer operator A sends to operator B the message, and the traffic is being sent there, and B replies, okay, I support network 1020, send all traffic to me. What is next? If we trust to each other, then we are sending the relevant traffic both ways. And the other question is, can I, as an operator of the network A, trust to the information being sent by my neighbor? And the second issue, is everything right regarding the information sent by the operator A? Maybe it's instead of one, it's two. Why we have these issues? Because it is related with the real problems. And if we consider the protocol of SGP, here we can see description of that time on internet when we do not have the problem of trust. And we will more worried about the transfer, not about the trust. A simple mail protocol, simple networking, whatever, was the main routing in the protocols. Simple was the key word. They were simple, safe, secure to use, and using that technologies was not the problem that time. And of course, the security issue became more serious because we had those accidents of security issues and the errors. If the operator sends information with the mistake or with the error, it may lead to some fails in the neighbor protocols, and this number of fails has been increased. And if we review the statistics for 2017, we had 14,000 incidents of that time. It took 10% of all autonomous systems were affected, and about 3,000 autonomous systems became the victim, and 1.5 thousand caused the other damage. And the same report for 2021, those number of incidents has been increased. The situation have been improved. It's getting better due to the fact that we and the other RIR and the operators are working on developments. But in this year, the situation is not still solved. We use the typical case incident with the problem of the router. My critique, they are similar, and those routers look like hijack with the wrong announcements coming from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 autonomous system. The other two cases when the Telecom started announcing the um, Apple prefixes, and it took a couple hours to solve this, and RT.com did the same with the Twitter prefixes. And each operator shall secure their resources from these problems, and despite the fact was it a targeted attack or it was just a mistake of somebody in the route of leading to your network. The thing is that already right now you can improve the situation. Besides this, we have a targeted attacks, and two of them are very famous. In 2018, it was a very serious attack, including a BGP DNS at the level of BGP. We had the traffic catch. The traffic was cached and transferred to the other traffic of Amazon, with the fake servers providing fake responses to the users on otherport.com, and the users of the server were referred to the fake service, and huge money was and a lot of money disappeared like in couple hours. The similar situation was with the Amazon services, and this hijack attack was the problem of not Amazon but protection of the downloaded services. Seller network server was attacked, and you can follow this link and read the details of how it was accomplished. What to do with this when we are in a situation of can I trust? And we need the mechanism. And why this mechanism need to be standard? And we may think that yes, we do consider this, and it shall be the single system, and we need to solve if there's a problem, so we can get the announcement in a right way. The system which allows to solve this problem is basing on RPKI system, and how it works. We are distributing the digital certificates to the holder of resources. It's a cryptographical certificate with which we can conduct the cryptographical actions, including the signature. You, as the owner of the certificate, can approve any documents, and this system are used for signature of documents for the routing, and the simplest document is the raw route origin authorization text, which can be signed by you, where it is mentioned that autonomous system number like this, and I'm as the prefix owner authorized this autonomous system to announce my resources, and you are doing this for the autonomous system you are really trusting to. This data goes to the RPKI repository where we have all certificates and details of this type, and any operator can withdraw those, can take these certificates and data and use them. The those certificates and arrow data are available. You can get them through the certification. I will explain you later, and we will continue to discuss the root or origin validation standard, how it works here. You as the owner of resources are establishing this record, and it's being published in our repository. Then at the level of BGP protocol you conduct the same actions. The autonomous system announces the your network, and the system accepts this when it has the inquire the about the validation of these records. The autonomous system takes from the repository of all details of this time to validate this record for approval. How those records are being established? We have two ways of establishing these records. In general, each operator in internet, if they want to participate in RPKI, in the RPKI terms, they become, or it shall, he or she shall become or support the certification authority through the center of certification, who will be providing or signing these records or certificates. This is a standard certificate. There is a special soft which does this, but it's not simple. If you never did the certification on the cryptography, you will not be able to do this without studying and fine-tuning the system. But the road you need to pass through is long enough, and not everybody can handle this. And therefore, beside this standard method which is supported by us, we also have the hosted CA. It's a program software, this service, which covers these great services. We do this instead of you. You just need to include and turn on this service and establish your records in it. The other is already maintained and supported by our servers. The only thing you need to do, you need to understand that your keys are also contained by us, and we shall trust in supporting this operation. The first step is to have login and password. Um, you need to include hosted or non-hosted. We need um, further you will be providing and maintaining this system which provides this simple interface. And to see how it's being announced regarding your resources.
Это тренинговое видео на YouTube, которое подробно описывает, как работает система. Я, в общем-то, вкратце здесь покажу. Первый способ
The
задачи
first
простой. Запись
case
программы.
is very simple.
Вы указываете автономную систему,
Um,
которую вы хотите
the
авторизовать.
autonomous system need to be authorized and the prefix announced by the system, and by this you can establish
Если у
the
вас таких ресурсов много, то это, естественно, не очень удобно, потому
the system which will be very useful to use in this
инструкции, которые
interface,
которые я упоминал раньше,
which can be
который является вашим
used
ресурсом,
by
я
you
сохраню здесь
regarding your
ссылку
resources.
на
You can establish the records on each announced,
галочку про какие ресурсы.
and you need to mark those resources, and you can automatically establish the records for all these prefixes. And you have accomplished these first steps. The others will be done by us. All those records will be published in the repositories, and we will update them, and according to the rules, those prefixes need to be published once per day and published in our repository. Alex Siminyaka took the
Вот занялся данной
records of time.
Если
And
вы не являетесь нашим членом,
if you are not a member of our community but you have PI resources, then the standard operations need to be conducted by LAR,
но есть возможность,
and
при
if
которой
there is opportunity,
этот LAR
this
может быть
LAR
вам
can be
права на
transferred
то, чтобы вы все вот эти
the rights
операции
of ownership to you, so you can do these all operations in LAR portal. You will have access not to the LAR portal but to the section where you can establish these records, and the full documentation is available
при моем мнении, но, в общем-то, там все то
through
же
this
самое,
link.
там вы просто выбираете свои ресурсы и дальше все
You can select all resources, and
автоматизировано.
everything is look like
То есть я
this which I
рисовал
have
первую
showed
часть,
before.
там закреплен
I
текст,
wrote the first part as it is
но
being
это
recorded and
просто
published, but this is the
для того,
half
чтобы все работало,
way. In order
нужно
to
установить.
make
То есть,
everything work, you
когда
need to establish the
вы получаете
right setting for the filters when you are getting the announcements.
мы получили
Announcements, you need to validate
документ рамочки.
the
Как
errors,
работает эта часть?
how this
Для
works.
этого
For this, you
необходимо
need to
настроить соответствующее программное
have the
обеспечение. Оно
fine-tune
называется
the
определение
software RPK
из
validator.
несколько
These are
поставщиков этого
number of suppliers.
вам нужно выбрать
You need to select one of them.
заказывать.
The big operators can use several.
Прочего. То есть вам нужно
So you need to fine-tune this package,
вам будет сам
and then
автоматически подключаться
it will be automatically connected to the all repositories and withdraw all data, conduct the check, validation, all certificates and records published there, and the old and so on,
и все
and
записи,
all
которые
records
прошли такую проверку, они отправляются вашему routerу.
passed through this validation are being sent to the router, RPTKI to the route protocol,
Естественно, что ваш организатор, он
and
должен эту систему
your
поддерживать.
router shall support
Старая
this
цивилизация
system. If you have an old router or old software, this function may be
регулирована уже
invalid.
многими независимыми поставщиками администраторов.
And all these suppliers
Довольно свежая версия программного
are available. And the other thing is that you will getting the AJP announced. And what is going on? The it is located in the center with the IS road, and we shall compare this autonomous system, and if those systems, the announce came from the PGP, is okay, and the second is the PGP announce with the prefix have the announcement, but none of the autonomous system is by as bus. It means that the owner of this prefix allowed some autonomous system to announce their prefix. It means that this announce is wrong, invalid, and you cannot approve this. And this prefix is not valid. It means that the owner did not care about the security, and the reply was not found from the prospect of RPKI. And with the first two, and if it's valid, you will get the right priorities. And if it is not found, it means that it will get the preference, the topic which is wrong, and the main aspect which might appear. What to do with those which are wrong, invalid. And if we start to filter, wouldn't bring their situation when the half of the internet will be frozen. As you know, the mistakes can be everywhere. And you can see the number of announcements will become invalid, and it was a very bad situation because those prefixes were many, and some companies decided to check it in the commercial conditions, and this is a big American provider. They have introduced this system, and they said that it will not affect their company or their relationship with the clients. The Holland company, the medium-sized provider, they have calculated and they have found out that they have invalid announcements, and the result was very positive because their clients they are filtering the wrong announcements, and they're paying more attention to the security compared to other providers. And the cloud layer is one of the biggest providers. I didn't mention which cloud provider it is. The big cloud provider has mentioned that such announcements need to be filtered a lot, but they are not impacting the traffic. They would filter it anyway because they were wrong. because they were not used in the routing. And this system allows to and shows the reasons of filtration. So we first authorize and then check the first part of the announcing, which is announcing the prefix. Of course, those are not all problems can be announced in GPG, and it might create some other problems. Those problems are not solved yet. The GPG which describes all problems, and the number of cryptographic operations is huge. And it takes 1 day. And so it's like in long process of verification. And we are supporting this from our side, but despite the fact that these parts are not working, the origin validation is ready and you can use it. Therefore, I'd like to tell you, don't wait when everything will be ready. You can start from the smaller things and implement it into the life. You can establish your records, download the validators, check the status, and during the conferences and networking groups, share experience, and it will be very interesting for us to see how you use this system. Let us know and share your opinion. That's what I wanted to say regarding the validation. Now, a bit about development and what we do currently. The history, typical graph. From the right side, everything goes up. How the things are being developed in internet. What we can see here, the number of space where we have these records and the validations, and we can see that in all ROAs, the statistics shows the growth. And the second graph, it's IPv4, IPv6 with delays, but everything is good. The graph grows, curve grows for all regions. How it affects the records? Does it impact the records? And from these graphs we can see that it impacts. This curve shows the prefixes showing the status of not found. This curve goes down. It means that establishing the records, if we are putting these records to the announcements in the internet, and if everybody starts using this, if each operator start using the RPKI system, origin validation, how it will look like, what will be the this status of validations will be improved. Status invalid in the same level remains in the same level, and in general the percentage ratio of invalid prefixes is slow, and it's good. If we look to the percentage of the address space provided to different countries and the coverage. We can see the map. The greener is the higher coverage by the authorization records, and here we have different situation, different causes. There is no single criteria describing that everything is good or everything is bad. There is no specific region where everything is good or some region where everything is bad. And even if we look at this on the Central Asia, we can see that we have the sharp growth due to the different reasons, but statistic doesn't lie. And if the percentage is low, we need to improve it. So what we can do currently, 75% of our members have established the certificates, even though the 13% are not using. They did not establish the authorization announcements. If you're here, please go to article paragraph 2 and finalize and finish the process, because so far you didn't end its process and this registration, and more than 50% of the address space is already covered, but 50% is not, and many of them in this region. So please go there, do whatever you want, and if you have questions, we can sit together and do this. We will continue our work in our system, the technical system provided by us as a trust tanker and the certification authority. We are constantly improving the security of our systems, and we are using the hardware security models as a special key warehouse, and the problem is that you cannot withdraw them, but the apparatus needs to be improved. It's a difficult process. Shall involve the producers. We have translated half of these models, upgrade them, and the second half will be upgraded till the end of the year. And we are conducting the regular test. And this year we have planned the red team test. I don't know if you're aware about this. We are hiring the company which tries to validate our security system. How? We don't know. And we don't know what to do. They're trying to use different ways to break our system of security. One of the tests we have already conducted, and we have found successfully the router turned on by somebody in our office, but we have found it very fast. And what we can do with the RPKI system, we don't know yet, but we hope that next year we will be able to tell you what will be the result. The other aspect is security. Is important aspect is
And everything we do needs to be published and accessible. And certification practice statement is the document which stipulates all of our procedures, and it's a mandatory document that needs to be available at certification authority, and we publish the results of all tests, and if we notice any problems, or if we're told about any problems, incidents, we also publish those, and the program code that the last part of the program code that we use, we also have opened this code this year, and the rest were open already. And so all the software that we use, you can check and choose and decide for yourself whether you trust it or not. And the audit itself is also a very important third factor for trust, and we use the PKI framework, and right now we're working on the first part. We are conducting the audit of the system under which the audit will be held, and the second part is the system RPKI, which is planned for. So okay, we are going to complete the first part this year, and the next part will be held next year. So everything will be published on our website, and if you want to adapt this system for yourself, you can always check and see for yourself. So I think we're ready for questions. So there are questions. I think you should all come on stage, so for everyone to know who is asking questions on stage, please. Anybody? I would just like to add a few words to Alex's part. There was a disputable part. So why are people not integrating it so actively? Yeah, we understand every life has been simplified for all, and okay, I registered my prefixes very quickly, and so more questions. So it all boils down to the equipment, because not everybody has the equipment, and the situation can get better somehow at the point where either major AXs will launch the filtration system for prefixes, or when the transit operators, network operators start doing it, start doing the validation. Yeah, it's a very popular opinion, but I don't agree. Of course, if we turn on the validation at the transit, at the IXP point, of course, at their level, the situation will get better. But you know, the thing is that the end users only see what is happening at the closest router or the autonomous system. So if we are talking about BGP, a hierarchical system, so the provider in that network, if he gets attacked, so whatever is filtered at the higher level, it doesn't matter anymore. So perhaps one operator is in Uzbekistan and 30% of population are his clients. So if his autonomous system gets attacked, GP, so whatever ISP or whatever is filtered at the higher level will not make any relevance whatsoever. But if some popular service of payment is replaced, then 30% of the population will not go there. And so this is my view. So the higher level operators don't really impact, but they'll impact you more. So let's do quick question and answer session. So we're only talking about local, so whatever is happening within the country, within the city. Yes, the attacks, this is the way they're done. At the higher level, very difficult to implement the attack at the higher level, but they're very visible. Everybody will see them. But at the lower level, the attack is not as visible. Can we do the routers for various AS? I cannot hear the question. The road objects are complicated by the fact that they're not very well protected. So we are solving the very first part of the problem because we are describing the policy. But can I trust it? So if somebody comes to you and says, I am AS from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, how do you know that? Another question. What if we use the host and then we move to self-host? Yeah, in the interface you cannot do it, but you can email us and we will transfer you to a hosted mode. It is a very obvious question that maybe I have not understood a few things, but just in case, in any case, I want you to hear this question. For example, I am the monster and I would like to hijack somebody's servers. What do I do first of all? First of all, I will look at the IS, the unannounced, this prefix. But in case my filters based on ripe information, then I will add the autonomy to my AS. And again, the problem is of trust problem. Whoever you get connected to need to be sure that you are the holder of what you claim. And it is difficult to validate. RPKI is not meant for the source. If I give my client a transit and I don't. So the mechanisms, to be honest with you, are still being developed. There are authorized records of other type which allow to sign for anything. And then when somebody comes to me who wants to connect it and who claims to be the representative of some autonomy, and then you ask them to sign, and then you check and verify, and then see if they have the key, and that's it. The mechanism is in process, and there is also a working software that will be doing it. To be honest, I wanted to say I want to look at it from a different point of view, because RPKI is not a technology. Technology is ROA or ASPA. RPKI is a framework in which the technology can be applied. Let us be honest. ASPA is the danger, is very and very well developed and developing, but I don't see the technologically any reason if from the manipulation of assets, if they really dangerous on the face of filtered hijacks. If the next problem is the copying of assets, then I don't see the reason to use the same mechanism to validate assets. It could be a different step within that same framework. Oh, here's too smart. Let's ask a question. Next question. I have another addition. If you use black hole community, then use /32 in IPv4. Otherwise, your black holes will not work up to in your interface. In our interface, we're not limited. We don't limit, and that's why we are writing the whole new RFC about how to use. Maybe Max Tukey will adding to this perhaps. There are also recommendations about, and there is this whole big document which describes it. Maybe you can sit down later with Alex, and we have our own room in the back. You can discuss out all of it. We have another question, or have we finished with questions? No, it's not a question, but it's an idea. Maybe you can buy it for free. Since there is a problem of an outdated soft and hardware, why not make a service, validation as a service? So whoever gives, to full U to curator, the same way can be applied to given full U to the server. Yeah, we were thinking of such service. The technical community said if you are worried about the security issues, then you don't trust your third party. We're only half of it, but then the second half is up to you. We cannot give out, or you can give out all the security issues to third parties. So then we need to jointly negotiate something. Then this is mutually agreed norms will be discussed later. A round of applause. A thumbs up. Thank you, Oleg. And now we talked about the security, but the security can only be reached when the mutual agreement can be.
And hello, everyone. It's going to be the first English presentation today. I feel different. Actually, my presentation was supposed to be much shorter, and it was supposed to be about data that we took out of the Internet Routing Registry. But that is going to be the second part, because I discovered then later that I have 40 minutes to talk to you. So we will start with an introduction about manners. That stands for Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security. And then I will show you the data that we extrapolated from the Internet Routing Registry, and I will show you a small analysis that we've done and some data. So let's take a step back. I work at the Internet Society. My role is to help internet exchanges, help community networks in the European region, which for Internet Society is Europe and Central Asia. It includes Russia, it includes the Caucasus. So basically it's the RIPE region minus the Middle East. But also I help the colleague from the Middle East in dealing with the IXPs and community networks in the area. And as a side, I participate also in the Manners project. So what is Manners about? It's about problems. Oleg, in the presentation before mine, showed you the 2018 ISOC Internet report. This is the 2019. And as you can see, there are incidents similar to what Oleg mentioned. Some of them can be fixed with RPKI, but not all of them. They require other methods as well. So there are lots of incidents every year. Oleg went into more details in describing them, so I won't spend much time here. But it's important to note that there was a decision at one point to establish Manners as an organism, as a project to help the internet being more secure. And it would try to help both prefix and route hijacking. It would help fix route leaks. And we're trying to also address IP address spoofing in all this. So Manners is a set of actions, in the next slide, that help us tackle all these issues. And what are these actions? We'll get to that. 4 actions. Coordination. Coordination is what you do also with emails, with talking, with coming to an event like this. Make sure that we have contacts and we keep updating these contacts, not only in person, but also on the databases, such as the RIPE database, for example. Then we have global validation. Make sure that we provide data to others. RPKI, Oleg mentioned it, explained to it, is a way of establishing global validation. Make sure there is data outside that we can use later to perform filtering, which is the 4th action. So we provide information in terms of RPKI, but also in terms of route objects. And we'll see that in a moment. And then there is anti-spoofing. Anti-spoofing is making sure that if I run a network and I have users, the users don't pretend to be someone else, sending out packets with a forged source address. So these are all actions that create Manners. So if you want to join Manners, there is a guide that I mentioned at the end, sorry. There's a guide that you can follow to implement all these actions, creating the objects needed, creating the information in RPKI, but also in setting up filtering, setting up anti-spoofing. I'll go into a little bit of details about this in a moment. But these are the 4 actions that, that make Manners for network operators. And then we have Manners for internet exchange points, which differ a little bit because we have, the laser doesn't work, sorry. So it says, prevent the propagation of incorrect routing information. An IXP can be a point where things can be filtered and filtered dutifully. One incident that was mentioned earlier was Twitter, who had issues, and part of its network was hijacked. Now, the fun part is that Twitter had the similar issue a year apart. One was in 2020 and one was late in 2021. Between the 2 events, Twitter had created ROAs, so had published information saying, these are my networks, and I should be originating them. So in the second incident, the propagation of the hijack was very limited by the fact that the IXPs along the way had implemented strict filtering based in the most of cases based also on RPKI. So that allowed the IXP to say, these announcements that are coming and are being propagated by these certain operators are not valid, so I'm not propagating them to my other participants inside the exchange. So that is an important role that Internet exchange points have. Then there is the action 2, that is promote manners. If you have an exchange and you are part of manners, you're supposed to be telling your members that manners is there, that they should be following what manners says. And then action 3, protecting the peering platform, not allowing the traffic of certain types, but also facilitate global operational communication and coordination is similar to what we saw in the manners for network operators. And then action 5 is provide monitoring and debugging tools to the members. A looking glass is an easy way to put your members in the position of being able to debug issues on their own when there is something going on. Then we have manners for CDNs and cloud, which is more specific for those operators who run a content delivery network or for cloud operators. So the same concept of preventing the propagation of incorrect routing information is there, and encouraging manners adoption is there. And then the rest is prevent traffic with spoofed source IP addresses. It's the same as in manners. Facilitate global operational communication and validation of routing information on a global scale. We're always talking about the same kind of actions through the different manners. It's just that they become more and more specific for different actors. I mentioned there is a manners implementation guide. You can download the slides from the website, and there's a nice link down in the bottom where you can get the guide and follow it. And if you have any question, if you have any improvement you see should be added to the guides, just feel free to email me or my colleagues at Manners, and we can put you on the right path. Now, looking in more detail into coordination and global validation, what do we have here? Data needs to be published in 3 major sources. The main one is the RIR databases. Then we have Peeringdb, and then we have the IRR data and RPKI. So the RIR databases, basic part, when you are assigned or allocated a network, there should be information there about how to reach you, how to reach your team, and what the phone numbers are, the email addresses are for reaching you. Then there's Peeringdb. Peeringdb is really important, especially if you want to encourage international peers to come at your internet exchange. When you create an entry in Peeringdb and you start showing that your IXP or you as a network are participating in more IXPs, then more international players will get in contact with you for more peering. And so you will get more and more connections set up in that way. So add whatever you can, especially contacts, the AS sets, IXPs and facilities where you peer or have a POP. That is very important because I need to repeat it. Many international players, many CDNs just look into data from Peeringdb to figure out where they want to peer next. So having data on Peeringdb, not only important for Manners, but also for your own sake, for your own network. And again, if you want to have more information, feel free to ask me. Peeringdb also has an API where you can write scripts. There are tools that make use of this API to get more data out of Peeringdb, to also help you understand where you would like to peer next. When you're thinking, okay, I would like to add another internet exchange to my portfolio. Where should I go? You can figure out if there's an internet exchange where there are networks that you're not already peering with, or where you have important CDNs, important other operators that you might want to connect to. there are tools that leverage the Peeringdb API to make sure this happens. And they help make your life easier. But then moving on to the IRR, you want to have route and route 6 objects. I'm going to spend a bit of time here because this is also the central point of the analysis that we've done together with some colleagues. Route objects are important. Many of you might have learned about route objects the moment they have set up their first transit, because you were told, hey, tell me which networks you're going to originate. So create a route object in the RIPE database, because we are in the RIPE region. Create a route object or a route 6 object, and I'll be creating my filters based on that. So when you create a route object, you're making a statement. You're saying, this is my network, this is my ASN, and if you see something, if you see this network in BGP, the origin should be this autonomous system number. So people can start building filters with it. So some people build, many organizations, they build their configurations, their router configurations automatically every night, starting from route objects. So who am I peering with? What is their AS set? AS sets are groups of autonomous systems. I can declare who is my customer with it. And then based on that, they build filters that go into the routers, into their devices at the edge of their network. And with those, they make decisions. So if you don't do your homework, if you don't create correct route objects, your networks will be filtered. It's also important that internet exchanges, when you build route servers, you want to have them generating a configuration every day based, again, on route objects. So it's important to create them correctly. And this is what they entail. I have a network, a route object says this will be originated by a certain AS number. And the same goes for IPv4. Now, I can have AS sets. I mentioned them already. I have my an AS set that contains members, and from there I can define what someone's customer cone looks like. And I can use tools, I can use scripts to build that prefix list for me. Now, the limitation of AS sets, though, and keep this in mind, is that there's no way to identify what someone else's AS set is. There's a problem. You need to look at Peeringdb most of the cases, and that's why I always suggest you create your own AS set, you add it to Peeringdb, because tools leverage Peeringdb to figure out what a network's AS set looks like. Now, there are keep in mind that AS sets can also exist in multiple routing registries. We'll see in the next part of the presentation that there are more than 30 routing registries, so you can potentially have 30 different versions of the same AS set. We'll get into this in a moment. Then we have anti-spoofing, the other part of manners. Anti-spoofing is a way to avoid your customers from sending out forged packets as a source. So you want to, for example, set reverse path forwarding, and in this case, I would suggest strict Rpf mode over your interfaces that look to your customers. So when you have a BRAS, an access point somewhere in your network that looks into the edge, connects your customers, you want to apply strict Rpf to make sure your customers are not going to send out packets with a forged source address. This is an important action for manners because it helps lowering the amount of attacks and the amount of traffic that is carried over when attacks come. So there are 4 different modes, but the one I would suggest is to enable strict Rpf mode. Basically, every time a packet comes from one of your customers, your router will check if the source address is valid, is in the range that you assigned to that interface, and that that there's a route in your router that points to the source address where your packet is coming from, and when it's strict mode, the outgoing interface has to be the same where your packet came in from. So by applying this, you make sure that only the customers who got certain IP addresses assigned can use them, and not anyone else. But let's go into the heart of filtering here. You have the internet routing registries as data sources, you have bogons, and you have Peeringdb for the AS sets, as I've already mentioned. Before I talk about the IRRs, who knows what a bogon is? Yes? Do you have a definition? Okay, I'll repeat it here. Yes, do you have a definition of a bogon? Mm-hmm. Yes, but not only private networks. It's not only about private networks, it's also about networks that have not been assigned or allocated. So bogons are networks that you should not be seeing in the global routing table. Bogons are networks that have been assigned to specific purposes, for private use, for specific reasons. There's, for example, also all the multicast addresses in there. So bogons are a large part of the address space, and you have to keep that in mind, especially considering the networks that have not been assigned nowadays. So bogons, we defined them, networks that are not assigned or allocated, networks that are not supposed to be seen in the global routing table, so they can be reserved, they can be private, anything. And then you have Peeringdb. Peeringdb is a source for filtering because you use that to get the AS sets. And then we have the IRRs, the Internet Routing Registries, where I have AS sets, I have root objects, and then I have tools. Tools that help me query all these information and create prefix lists. Do you have any idea of a tool to do this? Does anyone use any of these tools? No idea? Well, to generate a prefix list, you need to check the AS set. Walk the AS set, prepare the list of all the ASNs, and do everything. So you can do it manually, or you can use BGP-Q4. BGP-Q4, which is on GitHub, is the de facto standard for generating prefix lists. So it's written in C, uses the NTT routing registry as primary data source. It generates filters for Cisco, MikroTik, Juniper, Bird, OpenBGPD, FRR, any tool, any routing daemon basically, Nokia, anything. So if you want to implement strict filtering, BGP-Q4 is the tool you want to use. Now, wrapping it up, there's the manners tutorials where you can learn. They are available online. There's a test at the end of each tutorial, and you can find them at manners.org/tutorials. We also have a hands-on lab. Hands-on lab with machines running Cisco, Juniper, or MikroTik. You can use to test your knowledge about manners, where you can implement it following the manners guide. And then I would encourage all of you to join manners. After you've done your tutorials, after you've followed the implementation guide, I suggest you look at manners, try to register, and become a member, because then it will mean you have implemented all your actions. We will run a test on your network, verify that everything's okay. We'll ask you if you want to test anti-spoofing and to be checked with that as well, to run a tool on your network. That's the Kaida spoofer tool, and send us the results. And then after we see the results, we will add you or not to the list of networks that are compliant with that action. So once you join the miners community, you can use the logo on your website to say we're miners compliant and show also other networks that you're doing everything for the good of the internet. You're protecting your network for routing security. But then, I've told you that there are filters you can set up, and there's data you have to trust in the Internet Routing Registry. But can we trust it? Can we actually trust that data? What we have done is we have set up to figure this out, because we've always heard that there are issues in the Internet Routing Registry. So there are about 30 Internet Routing Registries, 30 different databases where you could create your root objects. This is for historical reasons, because back in the day, the regional registries like RIPE or ARIN or Afrinic, they didn't have their own routing registry. So some organizations would come up and say, hey, since this is lacking, I'll create my own. And this way, we got to have more than 30. And they have different degrees of trust you can have with them. The most known ones are run by the RIRs. So nowadays, every RIR, every regional registry has its own Internet Routing Registry. But then we have RADB, we have AltDB, we have NTTcom, we have Level 3, and we have plenty more. RADB is the one that is most widely used. It contains a lot of data. Contains really a lot of data. And then you use the data contained in these IRRs to create these prefix lists. As I said, these were supposed to be two separate presentations, so some things are repeated. You use the data contained in the IRRs to build prefix lists and to try to secure your network. But can we trust the data we find in there? Because sometimes IRRs apply very light checks. You know, I have an example in a moment, but for example, to create an entry in RADB, you need to create a maintainer. To create a maintainer, you need to pay $400 per year. And then you can create any root object you want where the network is not already included in the data that RADB has. So if you're the first coming in, you can create whatever you want. So this is how I ended up with something like this. And I always use this as an example. I have my own ASN, I have my own network. And as you can see, the one below is a /32 IPv6 route that was created on my behalf by someone else into RADB. And then the real entry is actually on the RIPE database with a /29, with a better prefix. That one, both of them are completely valid, perfectly valid. Fine. If you try to create a filter using my network, both of them will come out. Both of them will be fine. But I didn't create the /32 one. Someone did it on my behalf. And I leave it there as an example that I can use all the time like this. So, with this, we decided to set on a journey where we created a software that would compare what is in the regional registries and what is in AltDB and RADB, and see if there's a match. So if the same network has a route object in the RIPE register, the RIPE database, and in RADB, do those two pieces of data match the origin? Is it the same one or not? Is it different? And then check what's in BGP to define who's telling the truth. And what we found is actually pretty interesting. So here's some preliminary data. We haven't dug yet in the full data set we have. These are just some initial numbers we have. But look at this. So what is red is the number of entries that do not match. So you have some data in the regional registry, you have some data in RADB, same network different origin autonomous systems in the two databases. It's 1.9 million because there's an outlier here. As ARIN has some way of defining route objects in the way they export data that is pretty strange. But hold on with me for a moment. In the next slide, it becomes clearer. As you can see, there's a matching number that's 144,000, which means there is an entry both in the RIR and in the in RADB, and the both of them match. And then there's a million entries, roughly a million entries that's only in the RIR, so we can't find it in RADB, which is good. As you can see, the situation is slightly different with IPv6, but there's still the outlier. So in the next slide, I have just RIPE region only. We remove ARIN, which gives us some spurious data, and we will need to fix that. But look at this. So we have 20,000 entries matching, 351,000 entries that are only in the RIR, which is good. But then we have 171,000 entries that are different between what is in RADB and what is in the RIPE region, in the RIPE database. IPv6 is much better, but because IPv6 came when RADB was already not being used. So IPv6 makes it better because it's newer. And so whenever people received their allocations, they would just create the entries in the RIPE database. And there's very few entries in the in RADB about IPv6. This is good, but then let's look at RIPE non-auth. Do you have any idea what RIPE non-auth is, the non-authoritative part of the RIPE database? No. Okay, so up until a few years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, you could also create some entries in the RIPE database without having a network in the RIPE database. You had a maintainer, so a password that was very widely known. It was published in the database itself, so you could just look it up. And with that, you could create an autonomous system entry for yourself, even if you came from outside of the region. And then you could create route objects for your own networks based on that. But in 2017 or 2018, it was decided to separate those entries. So everything that is not RIPE region related was put into the RIPE non-auth data. So this is data that's not supposed to be trusted. But as you can see, there's still a level of trust you can give it. And the numbers are very, very low for IPv6. So what do you actually find in RIPE non-auth? There are some interesting parts. You know, many years ago, there wasn't the Afrinic region. So the RIPE region actually went all the way down to Kenya. And so, for example, while I was writing this software to check all this data, I have a colleague who lives in Mauritius, lucky guy, and we decided to use Mauritius as the test country to verify this data. Very bad choice, because Mauritius is a country where all the networks have only entries in RIPE non-auth and not in the Afrinic database. So I spent 2 days trying to figure out why my software was broken, and then I realized it's not me, it's the data that's wrong. So as you can see, when I look at RIPE non-auth, there's still a good quarter of the, a fifth of the data that's non-matching. That's not good. With IPv6, there's also a similar number. So, compared to AltDB, this is another database. We've seen that it's not worth spending time, any more time comparing to AltDB. AltDB contains meaningless data in our research. But we went on and we decided to say, let's take the data that is that doesn't match. So data where the route objects are different between the two databases. And let's verify which ones of these point to the correct information then, well, correct information that we should find in BGP then. And as you can see, there's a good chunk of prefixes that match RADB rather than matching the regional registry. So those 1,800 networks should do some cleanup. And the same goes for IPv6, although the number is 230, it's much lower. So we basically took what is in BGP and compared it with the different databases, with the different entries. And as you can see, cleanup needs to be done. So what are the next steps that we're going to do for this research? We are going to further analyze the data. We have plenty of data, and we generate a new set every 2 weeks, so every 1st and 15th of the month. We will compare it with RPKI, and then last, we will maybe analyze AS sets to see which customer cone is more impacted than others by data that should not be in the databases. Now, what are the recommendations that come out of this research, this preliminary data we have? It's better to rely on the regional registry data, but we would encourage the use of RPKI because these mistakes, these assumptions that you can have with route objects, you don't find it in RPKI because it's built differently. And then legacy space holders, when you have legacy space, it means it's space that was assigned or allocated before the regional registries existed. The problem is legacy space holders in regions that are outside of RIPE, they're not allowed to use the RIR services or RPKI. So they are mandated in the end, they're forced to use RADB, they're forced to use AltDB. And that can bring a lot of issues because then that's data we don't have in the RIRs, that's data we have to pull out of databases that we've seen cannot be fully trusted. So the data is available. We provide it to everyone. It's all in JSON, and it's generated, as I mentioned, every 1st and 15th of the month. So the next run will be in a week, roughly. And there's a preliminary URL where you can get that data. Have a look. Check if your ASN has some differing data. Or, even better, you can write me an email. I can dig it up for you, and then I can maybe help you clean it up and see what's better for you. So I hope this gives you an idea of how you can trust the IRRs, and I'm open to questions. I have my headphones here, so if you want to ask a question in Russian, also good. And I have no questions. Okay, perfect then. Where is Vahan? Because that is the problem now. Do I have to entertain you for another few minutes? Yeah, the RIPE region is, there you go. Oh, this area, you mean Central Asia? No, not yet. Because to do that, I thought about doing that, but there wasn't enough time. Because there's a huge problem that's associated with all this work. It's naming ASNs and figuring out where they are from. Because that is data that many people claim they have, but it's not always correct. And so we have to figure that out before we can go and then how do you, the problem is, again, if I have different, if I have not matching entries, where do I put that entry? If I have two different ASNs in an entry that doesn't match, do I put it into the entry that's in the IRR or the entry that is in RADB? And which country do they belong to? And which area do they belong to? So it's something we've been debating internally on how to measure that. So I think the solution in the end will be to put it under both. And in that case, yeah. Yeah, but good question, thanks. Any other questions? Maybe on manners, maybe on... Because they haven't found Bahan yet. So you have to look at my face for a little longer. Yes? Oh, in IPv6. Well, it's small matching because when you have, okay, so the question is, why do we have such a small match and matching entries? Because in order to have matching entries, you have to have carefully gone into both databases and created the same type of data with the same origin. So the actual important part we need to look at here is the only in the IRR one. Because if I don't take any specific action and just create my root object into the RIPE database or the RN IRR or anything, then I'll be fine. When I have a matching entry, it means that I actively created both the same root object into the RIR and into RADB. And there's no reason for that. You don't need to have both. No. Not surprised that that matching is so small. Because it means that for some reason, you went ahead and created the same and redundant data into another database. And there's no need. Because in any case, when you query RADB, RADB actually imports the entries from RIPE and from the other regional registries. Now, the problem is, what I showed you earlier, is that, for example, in my case, you have these two entries and they become overlapping entries and you get both because they both exist. And in my case, I would suggest myself to do a cleanup, but if I clean this, I don't have it as an example later on to show people like I'm doing now.
This would be a non-matching.
This would be a matching still because it has the same ASN as origin.
Even though it's 29 and a 32.
Yeah.
Okay.
This would still be a matching.
Thank you.
Although, actually, wait, because in one case, this would be a bit more complicated than just a non-matching. No, because the first one would be only in IRR. The second one would be only RADB. And we have done actually the opposite check, like what is only in RADB, but we don't have the final data yet. And so I'm not showing it here.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you.
Спасибо, thank you.
Okay, let's thank Max Stucky for his presentation and evaluate it. Very good. Thank you, Max. And now we have the last presentation on security. Very dangerous. Azizbek Kadir from Uzinfocom will be talking about very dangerous things in our life. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Azizbek. I'm from the Uzinfocom. I'm the administrator of domain.
I would just like to say a few words. If IPsec protects your IP addresses and your request to web server, then our DNSSEC will protect your DNSs, and this technology enables the protection from hijacking You all know about phishing domains and sites. When the requests are hijacked, the perpetrators can transfer you somewhere without you knowing or noticing even. And this technology was tested last year in Uzbekistan. You see the black screen with some figures, and behind these figures there is a huge work of our team. That means that we did the generation of the keys for signing the zone, and since then our zone is considered signed by the DNSSEC. And it's not enough to sign the domain zone because the end users or the holders of domain, the trust chain starts working and becomes impossible to fake these requests or to revert to false sites. This is the screenshot of our platform, and this platform represents the system for the registry of domain names. They can use it either with the API or interface with the keys or the prints of domain names. And you see the screenshot of the So what are the capabilities? Our platform. First of all, we developed the extension browsers for Firefox, for Google Chrome, to show whether this domain has been protected by DNSSEC technology. This extension was there are only 3 extensions, and ours is featured, and it is recommended because it's realized with the use of the latest Google quality standards. Also, we have web interface where the users can check their domain name for protection tools, and they use the codes of DNS Wizard, and the user can see the whole chain of trust from the root until their domain. And if there are any issues with signing the domain zone, this information will be reflected with either red or black lines, so you will see if there is a problem with your domain. And of course, for the users to use the DNSSEC technology. Of course, it's not enough to integrate it, but also needs promotion. After which, this is what we started doing. We carried out a few trainings and online and offline meetings and offered help in their integration systems. And in the future, we're also open for cooperation. If you need any help in integration system, please, we're always ready. And this event, the fact that we signed the domain zone, is Central Asia, and we're one of the very few countries who has domain zone signed, and we have also worked with our registrars, and we also carried out a few events with our Uznet users, and published and did social videos to which explain the work of this technology, and also on in Twitter and Internet Society. As far as the statistics is concerned, the domain zone Uz has about 110,000 names, 26 registers, and at this moment, many registers don't have haven't had the opportunity to register, and based on our statistics, we have more and more domain names signed, and hopefully we're looking forward to the geometrical progression. And what the future plans? Of course, we're planning to cover more domain names by our domain zone. Also, we want to promote our technology among registrars and users, and also we're learning CDN is key, which allows to publish the prints of keys in the domain zone, and that's how we can simplify the work with our registers. And also we're learning different technologies which we're hopeful to apply later in our domain zone. And so while we were learning about the DNSSEC technology, it's not enough to sign the domain zone. We need to provide the registrars the box solution, which will enable them to promote their bit solutions. Otherwise, just registrars will not be interested in investing in the integration. And secondly, we need to hold trainings with registrars, because apart from technologies of BSEC and SL, this technology is less popular and not very popular amongst registrars either. And the experience has demonstrated that social media is very important in impacting the promotion. Once we publish the video in social media, people called us to find out more about it and to learn how to purchase it. And at the moment, we are thinking that the DNSSEC technology needs to be a paid service, because if we provide it free of charge, it will be undervalued, because we only value what we pay for. This is how at this moment we're developing this technology and promoting it among our clients. And these are contact details and email and the telephone number. Please feel free to contact us in case you need any questions or need help. Oh, it's so good that I arrived now. Thank you so much, Azizbek. So our thumbs up for Azizbek. So who knows what is upcoming next? The video? The NSEC. Do you have it? No, well, we have to show it once you have told us about it. You needed to show it. Yes, we will show it. So we will show you the video, and what will we do afterwards? We will be drinking tea and coffee, and then we will be coming back. So we only have 15 minutes for coffees and then come back here at 16:10. And we will start our wrap-up session of our event. It will be very interesting because Valentin Kurinka, they hold wonderful events and we're helping them. And we will also have Yaroslav Zirkov from Baikal IX, and they will tell us about their event at Baikal Lake. And after that, we will have a surprise for everyone. So let's start watching the video.
This time we were able to see the trends and the number of transfers. And the number of transfers due to the intake and merge of the companies. This changed the trend of the growing of our companies. We were trying to have the resource owning with the different reasons, and in order to protect you, those people who are holders of this valuable resource. And now it's a practical part. We have a lot of members, leaders, those who understand how to do this, how it's being administrated by your data in Rpf NCC. It's being done through NRR portal. Those who have access to do we have those who have access to NRR portal? Yes. If you don't have access, but you know that your organization is the holder of the resources, change who has this access. We have different types of access: administrative, regular, and billing. And in layer we're supposed to have admin, one at least admin. And the work is who have access to the portal. Is that person still working? Usually when people are leaving the company, everybody is busy with the delivering and they hand out the assignments and forgetting about the changing the password or close the access to the ex-administrator. And those who have access to the portal, they can enter the portal and check their details and so on. And please pay attention to the billing of information. The membership fees are being sent to the contacts. Thus, this person knows Rpf NCC. Usually, they are not aware about the Rpf NCC addresses, and there is no response, there is no payment. So the billing shall be done by the person who will pay the bill. Admin C, it can be validated, and please enter and check if you're still receiving email. If you're in your company, you are changing the name, or there's a merging of the companies or other new legal entities, you need to conduct these changes. But through portal you can say us, hey, the physical address has been changed and this document within one working day can be changed. The same as related to the transfers. All transfers need to be registered in the Rpf NCC. Sometimes we are sending invitation to participate in an assistance registry check. Do we have those who have participated in this? 2 persons. And usually, yes, we need to reply. I think that this audit provides opportunity as as I have mentioned with my colleague, we need to check the resources, assignments, and we have talked about the services. And there is opportunity to discuss you later, and it's a good chance to cover all participants of NCC once in 4 years. And the things I have mentioned before, it was related to your own resources, PA resources, but if you are sponsoring an error, then you are responsible for the data which are entering into the database. The recommendations: know your customer, check with whom you are signing the contract for the sponsorship. Do you know them? Who is signing? After a while, if you're getting the report, check that request. Is it like matching everything? Don't just rely on the fact that the company is active or paying the bills. And sometimes, like after 10 years, the end user company is closed. We're coming to you, and you are responsible, not the end user. If you are responsible end user, let your sponsor know about changes. This society is basing on the trust and communication. Please appreciate and keep it. And the most interesting part of my presentation, and maybe the painful, what to do if you need more addresses. We saw the list of waiting list to get the IP addresses. It's very long and unpredictable. If you need IP addresses very fast, this transfer way is fast but expensive. It's your business decision as an organization. And as you know, the resources are given from one person to another only in this way, and there's a special rules as well as the right policy, and there's a special prescriptions prepared by us, so all transfers need to be conducted within one mode. I'd like to draw your attention to these two linkages. These are statistics on transfer. All history is being published. It's available, transparent, and publicly accessible. In the next section, you will see how those links can be useful for you. I would like the transfer of resources from one holder to another holder is operation participated by two parties. As any operation, you need to check what does the giving party means by giving the resources. If you are buying and think that you bought the addresses for the constant use, conduct the transfer through the Rpf NCC. With this registration, you will not be formally the holder of the resources. Before making a deal, check the giving part. Do you know this company? Are you sure that the person suggesting you something have the right, have the autonomy? And the document shall be signed by the authorized person, not by staff. It shall be done at the management level with the approval. Check if this company is still active legal entity. If not, they will not be able to sign it. They will say that here's the addresses, you gave us money, and the transfer agreement is not signed, and we cannot register it through the Rpf NCC. And you need to check those who are offering the address. They are legitimate holders. You can check it in the database of Rpf. All ownership and the holdership of the addresses can be checked in a database, and the last check I recommended to do is a check of the eligible for transfer resource. I just left it in English terms because all communication is being conducted in English, and this the terminology used in all communication. Eligible for transfer means that this block you want to take is not transferred to another person during 24 months. 24 months, you always have a moratorium for transfer of specific blocks. For example, you bought a block, it means that for the 1 year, those resources are not eligible. It's not registered. You need to wait and trust the other party that they will give it after 1 year and register them to you. You can check it on the statistics of transfer. The previous two links contains the information about the block given from one holder to another. If you have some doubts regarding the eligibility, you can write down to NCC, and we are not giving the information on our members, but the information about the resource transfer is available, even though it is not resources. For your resources, of course, we will disclose the information. That's the main information we would like to share with you. If you have some questions, we'll be glad to help you. Or you can ask them during the break, and I recommend you to use the training courses. Those courses mentioned here on this slide, it's a courses covering the administration resources topic, data database, knowledge for validation of transfers. Those are short courses, 1-2 hours maximum. They are online, free. This year you will have a full data. You can find 1-2 hours now to refresh the data. And I would like to recommend you, if you have one new person, to get the new access 1 hour. You conduct this course. Don't give him access and say him like participate in a training, then you will get an access. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm waiting for your questions right now or later. You have a question? Just a second. The mic is on. We don't have question. I don't have any question. Oh, had a question. Hello, my question is what to do if the owner of IP address is not using addresses, not giving for rent for the long time. Can those addresses be returned to you? Is it possible? How NCC operates, how we register addresses and everything. It's being regulated by RAP policies. There's no policy says that if you don't use the addresses not announcing it, it shall be returned to the free pool. The only reason why you can return the pool when the contract is terminated. There's a special document which describes, but this case is not there because community decided that they will not do this. Community did not ask NCC to re-register the addresses of holders are not used. No criteria are available. What do you mean not used, why you don't use it, for how long you don't use it, what happened. All those moments are being regulated by community. You are part of community, and now we're talking about the fact that all this is not reflected in our policy. If you don't pay for the membership, yes, and what are the timelines? We as a membership organization, we are getting the membership fee, and we have contract with each address holders, and according to the contract you shall pay your membership fee in time, and if you are not paying them, then we terminate the contract with this member, and according to, as a consequences of this termination, we withdraw those addresses as a result of termination of the contract, and the timeline duration is like 3 months, and then we are trying to find out the organization, because usually it's like admin left the company, billing got like the grandma in which is retired, and she doesn't know what is like RPNCC, and you as a client don't understand what's going wrong. We're trying to find the operator through the upstream provider. You don't know. We are putting all our efforts to find out those operators and ask them not to do this, because the consequences will be harmful for your business. We shall understand that long is not long. It's like in a sum, it's about maximum 4 hours. And if this happens, you will not be able to stop to revise this contract or recontract this association. If you are not paying the membership, we are not coming to your country, because the only source of our income is your membership fee. That's a sad story we have. We are asking to give the names of theirs who are not paying the membership, as we know the region. We are finding this region fast enough, and we have the list of companies did not pay it. I found them, the telephone of one company. I called them and said, like, guys, you didn't pay for your invoice. You have our resources. They said, right? Yes. I said, just wait a minute. Yeah, we are not gonna use this site. We don't want you. I said, which site? So don't call us. They told me we're not gonna use this resource. It happens, but be sure that always your contact details of those who understand what we're talking about shall be in a little portal available to contact them, to explain them, so, and to ensure the timely payment. And I have the number of stories when we are trying to do this. We don't want to withdraw our resources. We will dance, we will sing, we will do everything to keep this contract, and sometimes we are just calling and the people just don't want to talk with us, and it's important to find out the right person. Well, yeah, sometimes we have cases. Why are you calling to my husband? So in case if we are calling you, the person that if you are calling to the service center and telling that you are not our client, then you shall be sure that the person is pretty much aware. Let's assess the presentation. Thank you, Alona. And the final accord of this event, final presentation, I would like to invite the next speaker,
You know why? Because in this region, it's very popular to call the spirits. It is Baikal, Baikal IX Yaroslav. Please come on stage. You, the greatest one. And Valentin Kurinka, the School of Operators. So what are we going to talk about? So you already met Yaroslav, so they already managed to do IPv6 in the region, and they work very well with operators, and they have a great idea which they implemented. So this idea, that's what they will talk about in operators in Xfield school. There is no age restrictions. Let me do it this way. Thank you so much, your friends, the dear friends, for the attention, and thank you, RIPE NCC, for giving us this opportunity to present at this very interesting event and for supporting our events as well. We would like to get introduced to you more closer today, to tell you about ourselves and to do. My name is Valentin Kurinka. I was born in Dneprodzerzhinsk, Ukraine. For 11 years, I've been working for helping with the scaling up operators, solving their problems, and we have launched many projects together with operators, with partners, and in the development of internet providers. Our main goal is to scale up businesses, to launch new projects and products and initiatives, and make it delivered to and users, and the knowledge database, many subjects, many trainings, and these are they're free of charge, technical, commercial subjects. And so what you can do is you can scan this QR code and get registered and have the access to the video, and you can share it with your colleagues, and perhaps especially the commercial directors, general directors, B2B services, B2C services would be most interested in this product, or maybe network operations. And I also have a YouTube channel, and I have more than 100 publications, posts, and each Monday, because the show is called Smart Monday, and I also share my materials. So I always joke that if somebody watches all the posts of the Smart Monday, then they can become very clever and they can start scaling up their business themselves. If we're to talk about Uzbekistan, in 5 months, I launched the internet provider. I helped the Aqua Group Holding, and now they're existing, and we're working with them on scaling them up and launching their new products. And I have my own company. It's the practice of sales, and for more than 9 years we've been building processes and procedures, and so I think you have a lot to take from here, and we are working with many companies all over the CIS countries, in Baltic states, in Canada. Here you can see the feedbacks that we've been reviews, the client reviews. And today I would like to talk about the problem of interacting between operators. because more or less all the operators are facing the same problem, and unfortunately, in my own view, they're not interacting with themselves very well, or the problems that the operators are facing in Tashkent, for example, the same problems are faced to the operators in Almaty. So all the problems are very similar, and it all just depends on the scale and the size of the problem. And because the community is so big, there are definitely people in that same community which have already faced the problems, have tried, have spent a lot of effort and money, and finally found a solution. So we want every operator to directly interact between each other. So when we talk about the operators of network operators, they have run into the problem of procurement. For example, smaller operators, they buy smaller volumes and at a higher price. So we do collective procurement in order to jointly make one big deal with China and receive a better price. It's very simple, and for that we need to bring together all the operators. Then the lack of legislative indicators. Many operators, they just live without any figures. Sometimes they look at the statistics of their department, of the company in general, and we do that for themselves. And for 300 operators, we know exactly what norms and standards there are and how to reach those norms in order to meet certain international standards. So if tomorrow you start measuring how many clients, potential clients, you called yesterday, and you will see that the average will be 82%, so there is 10% of lacking, and that will mean that the processes and procedures will be needing some fine-tuning and new business processes and directions in which to move. So those developments we have been fulfilling and launch. We launch products, but we sometimes don't know whether the product that we're thinking about is worth or will be needed by the end user. And that's why we came up with the idea that we can jointly test various products and think and do the brainstorming together, and also the development of a specialized software. There are different ones out there, and each operator was writing for themselves. Can you raise hands who did that? And for each of you, there are more or less similar processes, and you all spend time and you all spend money. But can you imagine if we all get together and develop one software, and we could just build a spaceship together? So these are the projects. And we're keeping the register of all the developments and shared with other colleagues. When we say here something was developed by your colleagues somewhere, maybe you can get in touch with them, and maybe if there are ready-made products that can be applied already. And also the training of personnel, and everybody has personnel and adaptation. So we do joint trainings. There was a project called 1-400. So I asked one head of department, or the manager, to write down a video, record a video as a training. So if all the managers did that, then would be a great source of courses who are very well aware of the business. And this sort of networking really help us save our money and resources and be more effective. And also the low involvement or engagement of personnel. Sometimes the boss explains to the employee what they need to do and they still cannot understand. And sometimes the equals peers can meet from different companies and learn from each other and use the each other's experience in avoiding their mistakes. So you can continue this list for yourself. These are just examples that I wanted to mention. And I asked myself a question: why do providers do not interact with each other? The interaction level is very low, and this is how I tried to answer it. First of all, it's a fear, it's a competition, and the competitors at this territory will receive the access to confidential information. And some people think, why do we need to strengthen our competitors? Another thing is the lack of communication and initiative. In order for the relationship to develop, people need to contribute, people need to invest in the relationship, thinking about where to go, how to go, and what to talk about. And the operators themselves don't have the time to do it. Sometimes they don't understand what the benefit of interaction is. And stereotypical view on things. And so sometimes when we're in the same pattern, we feel that we've tried it all and there is nothing else to innovate or to come up with, and therefore we are even though other operators of network have already applied it, but maybe we will. But people tend to not accept their mistakes, but start saying that it just didn't work. So what is the solution? We launched various projects. Today will tell you about the School of Operators. It's the club of operator school, database of knowledge. It's free of charge. We invested so much into it, and that would help you to form a better employee of the tomorrow. And also we are launching a very great service as water as a service, and we started installing water tanks and clever household video cams. So these are the developments that we share with our operators. And systematic work. What is the operator? It's the work of the IT department, of the customer service department, operations department. So all of this together combined, we get a quality client customer service and cash in the pocket, rather than without knowing what we're doing. And then we accumulate procurement as well, and that's how we optimize the cost of procurement as well. Here you can also use the QR code to scan the channels and ask each other questions and start communicating. So this operator of schools operator school is the project that has been working for 2 years now, and it's the alliance of regional providers in the win-win spirit, and they're together and they're growing better and closer and becoming more strong. and we meet each other at different conferences. Yesterday I met with a colleague and we were talking, and he said that the conferences only invite top managers, and mostly it's top managers that attend. So what should the ordinary employees do? But they need to develop as well. They need to get better knowledge and experience as well. So this is how we launched the club, and they have a separate program when they share the experience, ideas. They have networking platform, training platform, and because they're from different countries and cities, there is no fear that they can be sort of harmful to each other. For example, and sometimes we set the task to somebody who doesn't know how to fulfill this task. So the club can be a solution where people will share happily the things that they have done themselves in their work. And the next project is the XCOS project, and we see there are many conferences that are taking place in different CIS countries. I have not attended all of them, and I have seen, though, that a lot of operators do not attend, and only the people who always come, they keep coming, and it's just the same old group of people that keep attending conferences. And we realized that we need to move forward and be more local about our events. And when we feel very comfortable here at Rpf NCC, because there are too many people, and it makes it very easy to meet face to face. But sometimes the conferences are so big that it's impossible to meet someone who you would be interested in talking, and you only meet them when you have to leave. So it's a great thing that in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan the big conference halls, because in Russia it's a big problem. In Russia and Ukraine, from only 200 people maximum. So this is the format that we use for 200 people, and these regional network operators, they meet, and these are free of charge events. So we talk about the most challenging subjects and real business cases, legal sessions, and those issues that are of concern at that moment. And that allows people to get to know each other, and they motivated to exchange contacts and help each other in building their businesses and develop themselves. And and 100 and plus people believe in the same thing, and they share same values, and partners and professionals who come to various events, and the colleagues from Baikal. They always come. There aren't enough photos, I think. Oh, you will see photos and videos which have been saving for you. And the uniqueness of this conference is that we focus on problems of the operators, and we thought about the approach when we spend a lot of time on letting people introduce each other and talk and relax. And so by the time we start real work, we make sure that people are very well acquainted, and so on the day zero when they talk and they meet, so they get to have some alcohol and get very free with each other and very comfortable and become very, very, relaxed. Because sometimes when you come to the place when nobody knows each other, people get very uptight and they may be shy, but we allow the people to get to know each other more and indulge in the organizer's care and forget about work, so they don't have to think about food or other living conditions, because we take care of that. And then we develop a very great agenda which could be useful for all the participants, because we see the participants leaving the conference so charged, and in order to start their work with new energy and enthusiasm. So this is the format that we have, so that these are the photos from various events that take place, a lot of very wonderful things that take place within the framework of these conferences, presentations, then placing your logos on the stands, access to quick communications. And so sometimes you get so charged at conferences, and then you come back to your company and the routine sort of eats you up, and then you somehow give up the ideas or forget about them. But we make sure that you live with them. So this is the event calendar for 23. I'll tell you about each of these events. All these events are very interesting. Some are free. You can take a look. Perhaps we can think about the one event that we could do together. In Voronezh, we will have in January, we will do the conference for the operators of Moscow and Moscow region, and the regional partner will be the guys buy they buy second-hand equipment which is outdated, and then they come up with various marketing ideas, and also although QR codes are accompanied by each event, so you can scan them and learn more about it. And here's the mountain resort, then and snowboard and skiing. So we decided to combine it together with real subjects. Then in Karaganda, we're planning to have something in April in first conference. So we gathered under this event all the operators of network operators, and I think that we did it so well. And and then after that there will be Dagestan, and then out of everything that is interesting, the most interesting thing is Irkutsk. It is for the regional operators, and they've come. Maybe Vyacheslav, you can continue. Yeah, I can tell you about the story of this event, and because we have, first of all, the first attempt was not very successful because at the same time the guys were also holding a conference, and that's why we postponed ours. And the next year again it didn't work, and then somehow in Ukraine, on the Ukraine conference, we met with Valentin, sat down and discussed the ideas and our wishes, and combined our competencies. This is how the very first Baikal conference of network operators was born, and we kind of realized that we are getting all together the operators who were competitors. But we tried our best to make sure that they feel comfortable and they forget about competition and concentrate on cooperation. And we received so many great feedbacks, and everyone who attended the first conference came to the second. So we tried to make sure that each next year was different to the previous year, and we use different locations. Our budget is growing for each event, and we change the program. We invite more speakers, and really the scaling up happens very actively. And next year, I think that the growth will be maybe 30-40%, and that will prove that it is proven by the number of applications that we have been receiving. This is the most heartily conference that we have been to. Whoever has not yet visited Lake Baikal, this is the great opportunity to visit it and enjoy your time. I'm speeding up, and also the house, we will be talking the house phones and conference, and how we earn money there, and how we work with property management companies. We have a lot of partners, and this list is growing, and very great partners. And we are not earning the money on the conferences, so we using the money that the money that we receive for conferences to make them free and accessible for those who would be interested. Also, we will talk about the various smart services within household and housing, and each network operator will become multi-service company, and whoever becomes the first one will get a greater share of the market. Thank you. Yes, it's a fantastic. At the three. Baikal is quite an interesting place, a beautiful place, and we need to cooperate with our operators. I'm not going to even ask what kind of thumbs ups we will show you. So you survived, you guys, and next year you will also survive. Please take your seats, and we are moving to our last part, and the last part is about surprises and about making an acknowledgements. And for the closing ceremony, Mr. Hisham is and Emily Gemranov, and please a round of applause. If you don't mind, I will start with expressing my gratitude. Our event is coming to an end, and I would like to thank all those who presented on the stage, and thank you so much the company. My gratitude to the RIPE NCC for the event. That this was the first conference of this format, and using this opportunity, I would like to invite all of you to our ICT summit on the 24th to 27th of October of this year. I cordially invite you to this event and hope to see you once again. RIPE NCC, our deep appreciation and everything that you have done for this best organization of this event. And we have a present from us just as a memorable present for you to keep in your office. This is a great, maybe you can take a photo of this memorable moment. Hisham will also, after they've exchanged handshakes, we're not leaving yet. We also have a few words to say, and apart from that, we have
with how this event went. And you probably heard me yesterday talking a little bit about my experience in the country, and I want to share a few words as well here. One of the things that I really like about Central Asia, but especially Uzbekistan, is that as a foreigner, I see this on the streets all the time. I see people helping out each other without expecting recognition or anything in return. I saw this on my way here. Somebody was struggling to put on their jacket, somebody just helped them with that, and they walked away without even waiting for acknowledgement or a nod. I saw people getting up and for elderly, for others, and allowing them to sit on their seats, and that's really what builds a community. And I do see that sense of community here, and I'm very happy that we could see this in this meeting as well. That's a personal side from my side, but now to the slides. We had a lovely event with you here. We had 136 participants from 7 countries. As you can see, the distribution of countries, obviously Uzbekistan being at the lead there, but we had a very large delegation from Kazakhstan, which I was very happy to see as well. As you know, we're planning on visiting them soon, so it was great to have them here at the event and discussing with them. We also need to thank the sponsors and the hosts that helped us make this event possible. Without you, it would have been very difficult, in fact, probably impossible to throw together everything that we did here. And I'd really like to thank you at Infocom for all the lovely work that they did. I love the gift that you give. I love the kind of dishes, but we also have a small token of our appreciation. So, Sandra?
Ах, какой подарок, какой подарок. Ох, как мы бы хотели его увидеть, и мы его увидим. Вот, смотрите. Красиво, однако.
we also have small tokens also for the staff. So Fahan, if you can help me get those on stage.
Yes, I can help you. And this is people that have directly helped us from Uzinfocom side, and they are... А почему я говорю на английском? Подождите. Да, ребята, узинфокомовские ребята, они вообще огонь.
And these are our small gifts to the guys and the gentlemen who have been helping us. And Timur, Asad. Let us take a photo. And the blood. Let us do a selfie together. And a very small gift to Max Stucky. Where are you? Yes, this is our sponsor from the Internet Society. Let us thank you, Internet Society. And we have a very long-term plans with this organization. Next year it will be fantastic. I promise you that. Let's do a photo. Dear colleagues, let us do one general photo, and I think that we will be holding such conferences much more often, and if you don't mind, let us do a photo together. Thank you all. Let's take photos together. Также, если